Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shani and United Media Services, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the 16th edition of OER Business Summit. Today's summit will explore the roadmap to achieving the Sultanate's medium to long-term economic and HR goals, in line with His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq's vision. We would like to express our gratitude to our chief guest, His Highness Sayyid Mohammed bin Thwani Al Saeed, for his gracious presence at today's summit. OER Business Summit 2025 wouldn't have been possible without the steadfast support of our partners, and on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I would like to express our appreciation and thanks to them. Our endorsing partners, Advantage Austria and the Embassy of Tanzania. Our strategic partners, Jindal Steel, Dhofar Insurance, Wajha Development, Infoline. Our associate partners, Oman United Insurance Company, National Finance, United Securities, Oman Qatar Insurance Company, Oman Investment Bank, Mushroom Oman, Bank Dhofar, Ettemman Ferro Alloys, and Muscat Overseas Group. Our official automation industry partner, Xerox, automotive partner, Shangan Auto, our knowledge partner, Rap HR, our Bahrain media partner, The Daily Tribune, Zanzibar media partner, Zibi, Qatar media partner, Merchi One FM, Arabic media partner, Alam Al-Iqtisad, and our online media partner, OERlive.com. We would like to extend a big thanks to all of our partners. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them? Updates from today's summit will be posted on LinkedIn, X, Facebook, Instagram. We encourage you to follow the proceedings. Now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Saeed Al-Ma'shani, Deputy CEO, United Media Services, on stage to deliver the welcome address. Please help me in welcoming him.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidil Anbiya'i wal Mursaleen. Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. As'adallahu sabahakum bi kulli khair. Your Highness, Your Excellency, and distinguished guests, good morning. On behalf of His Excellency, Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al-Ma'shani, I warmly welcome you to the 16th edition of the OER Business Summit 2025. We are grateful to His Highness Sayyid Mohammed bin Thwani Al Saeed for gracing today's event. Thank you, Your Highness. 11th January 2025 marked 5 years of Oman renewed renaissance under the visionary leadership and guidance of His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq. Over these years, Oman has negotiated challenges and taken remarkable strides in economic development. The Sultanate GDP is projected to rise by a healthy 3.4% in 2025, way ahead of many other economies. A notable illustration of international confidence in Oman economy has been the credit rating upgrade by S&P Global Rating to a BBB, or investment grade status with a suitable outlook. More than accolade, it demonstrates the effectiveness of Oman economy reforms and fiscal policies. It also indicates safer investment environment, encouraging foreign investors encouraging foreign direct investment, and enhancing confidence in the country's economic stability. Total foreign direct investment reached 26.6 billion Omani riyals at the end of the third quarter of 2024, marking a robust of 16.2% year-on-year growth. This influx of investment, especially in energy, manufacturing, and logistics, not only drives economic growth and development, but also creates valuable opportunities for entrepreneurs and career pathway for our talented youth. Oman's transforming economy offers compelling opportunities thanks to an abundance of solar, wind, and land renewable energies has tremendous potential. In fact, Oman is set to be one of the world's most competitive green hydrogen producer and exporters, with annual production of 1 million tons projected by 2030, and up to 8.5 million tons by 2050. This presents possibilities all along the value chain, from the manufacturing of wind turbines, components, and solar panels. Investment in circular economy in presence of net zero opens up immense possibilities in biogas plants, waste-to-energy facilities, and recycling. The prospects are very promising. The launch of DOCOM 1 in December 2024 highlights the potential of Oman's space industry. With an outstanding geographical and topological location, DOCOM Spaceport has a real edge for space launchers, as it offers significant fuel saving over other higher latitude sites. Complementing this is the impressive innovation in drones and AI that is going on nearby in CZAD AI zone. The same holds true for other key sectors, such as downstream manufacturing from Oman's green steel, adventures, luxury, and eco niches in tourism. The processing of metallic and non-metallic minerals in mining, integrated cold chain logistics, as well as e-commerce fulfillment, and last-mile delivery in logistics, and food processing, agriculture and fisheries. This list can go on and on. Overall, Oman is on the cusp of fulfilling the promise of revitalized renewal renaissance. In addition to the levers of growth, today's summit will also focus on developing and nurturing Omani talent. As this is strategic a strategic imperative for nation building and achieving the priorities of Oman Vision 2024, I would also take a moment to highlight an interactive workshop on fostering workplace mental well-being, which will be conducted by Ms. Rula Saba Mohanna, a celebrated executive and leadership coach, in the post-launch session. Ms. Rula has joined us from Lebanon, and I welcome her to Oman Today Summit. As the country looks to attracting investors, I am pleased to share that OER has entered into agreement with 3 overseas media partners from Bahrain, Qatar, and Zanzibar in East Africa. This includes the Daily Tribune newspaper from Bahrain, the most popular radio FM channel from Qatar, and ZB or Zanzibar Investment and Business Insight magazine from Tanzania. Our media partnerships are based on the long-term content exchange arrangement in these markets. When in Oman-based news will be exchanged with Zanzibar, Qatar, and Bahrain, and vice versa. As a start, we have used this partnership to promote OER Business Summit 2025 in these markets. On that note, I would like to leave the stage to industry leaders and subject matter experts. Thank you to all of our partners, sponsors, and speakers for their invaluable support in making this event a success. Wishing you all a enriching summit. Thank you.
Providing taxation services to both local and multinational clients from a variety of industries. His experience in the sector includes oil and gas, power and utilities, banking and financial services, EPC, and real estate. Some of his largest clients are the large oil field services companies operating in MENA region, such as Baker Hughes, GE Oil and Gas, Schlumberger, Halliburton, and many others. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Alkish Joshi on stage.
Your Highness, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to all of you to have taken out the time and come and attend the session. My name is Alkish Joshi. I am a tax partner with EY. I have been with EY for 20 years now and working in Oman for more than 25 years. In my career of 25 years in Oman, I like to split that into two parts. First 17 years and then 8 years after that. And I'll touch upon why did I say 17 and then 8, because the amount of transformation that we have witnessed in the last 8 years is perhaps unprecedented in what we have been seeing in the global economy as well. Over the next 20 minutes or so, I will be covering the overview of the Oman economy as to what we have, where we have reached as a country. The fiscal performance of the country, the parameters which we have been tracking. What are the exciting projects which are going to continue to economically diversify the country? If you have a tax man on the stage and not talk about the tax landscape, it's not going to be fair. So I'm going to touch upon the tax landscape as well, because it's a very important element of the finance for the government. And then, of course, the conclusion of the session and what to expect in 25 and beyond 25. So let us straight dive into where we are when we talk about the economy. So if you see on the screen, of course, we have now become a 38.3 billion real economy, which has been reflecting about a 1.7 to 1.8% growth over the previous year. But in this, there are two very important parameters which are very important to note. I mean, our session today is focusing on HR. So the first thing that I want to highlight is 73% of our 5.27 million people in the country are forming part of the working population. It reflects a very young country, and it reflects the amount of consumption which is going to spur the economic activity in the near future. So we need to watch out for that one number as we keep expanding into the future. The other important statistic is 67% of the national economy comes by way of oil and gas contribution. Now, this 67% people will argue that, it's still a very high percentage, but we need to remember where we started from. 6 years back, it was 80%. So from 80 to 82% to drop down to 67% is a huge achievement from an economic diversification perspective, because we have not then relied on the extractive industry as a bedrock of our economic growth. Very interestingly, we are the 4th happiest country, right? And that happiness index reflects a lot on the HR policies of the companies, I presume, and of course, the happiness of the people in the country. 21st best country for foreign investment. For those of you who are tracking ease of doing business, the World Bank has now discontinued tracking that ease of doing business and replaced it with one of these, which is the 21st best foreign investment attractiveness index, which is tracking how much of foreign investment is getting into the country. 30 billion we have attracted year to date in the last 5 years, about 30 billion Omani Riyal worth of investment, which is a huge number compared to what it was in the previous 5 years. It has reflected about 17% growth over the previous cycle. If we move forward, I'm sure you will see a lot of graphs here and a little bit of struggle to capture it at the back, but I'm told that these slides will be shared with all of you. If you look at the real GDP growth comparison with MENA and the GCC countries, the green graph is the Oman graph. The yellow is the GCC and the white graph is the MENA countries. And if you see, barring 2003 and 2010-11, where we have had a little bit of a distortion compared to the rest of the GCC countries, we have pretty much moved in tandem with the GCC countries, and that's primarily because of our reliance on the hydrocarbon and the oil and gas industry. And if you notice, multiple places we have outperformed compared to the rest of the GCC countries. One very important point to note, in 2008 and 9, when the rest of the GCC collapsed in the financial crisis, Oman was very resilient and stayed right at the top. The decline was not as sharp as it was witnessed in some of the other countries. If you look at the Economic Diversification Index, this index actually explains the output and the production and the government revenues and what percentage of those have come from extractive industry, which is reliance on hydrocarbon as a source of revenue for the government. If you see, we've compared two broad, wide spectrum years. So if you look at in the year 2000, so the yellow box represents the year 2000, and the green box represents 2023. If you notice, the economic diversification, so the lower the score, higher is the reliance on the extractive industry. So we were at 83, and we have moved to 89.3. But if you look at the other GCC countries, if you look at UAE, it is at 99.9. If you look at Saudi, it's 93.9. If you look at Qatar, it's 94.4. So for us at Oman, we have the biggest potential for an economic diversification to achieve, whereas most of the other GCC countries have already reached a saturation point where there is very little room for further expansion and growth. So that is a huge positive for us. We have still a long way to go, but then we have a huge opportunity ahead of us as well. If you look at our inflation management, right, and most of the economics often look at this as an index for managing the fiscal balance and how well have you managed the inflation in the country. Alhamdulillah, we have always maintained a shade lower than the rest of the GCC. And we have tried to forecast it beyond 26, 27. It is likely to get closer to the rest of the GCC, largely because of the external factors such as the recent announcements on tariff, which is going to push up the overall cost of imports, and that could bring in a level of inflation into the country that we might not have been very used to in the past. If we move forward into the fiscal performance, again, these are some indications that where are we heading towards. The most important one are the one in the center and one on the right, on your right. If you look at the one in the center is the percentage of foreign debt to GDP ratio, right? We were at a point in time almost close to 78% in the year 2019, 2020. We've tracked this from 22 to give you some kind of a perspective. From 61% or 62%, we have dropped to 37.5% in 24 and expected to drop further to 35.2. This is, again, a huge step in the right direction from the government's perspective that we are now spending lesser money on servicing the foreign debt, which was a huge problem. We were above $1 billion mark in each of those years. We have, for the first time, expected to go below $1 billion mark in this year. If you look at, but it's going to remain at around 35% for the rest of the 2-3 year cycle. That is how we anticipate, because a certain level of debt in the country is always very good for the country's expansion to keep happening. If you look at the real GDP growth versus oil price, right, we often track that, and we often say that this is a heavily oil-driven economy, where if the oil price stays high, your economic growth keeps happening. Whereas this indicates a small shift that is being witnessed. So while the oil price is remaining more or less stable, the real GDP expansion is happening, and that is largely because of two factors. One is the expansion of the services industry, which is being witnessed in the country as we speak. There is an 18% growth in the services industry on a year-on-year basis, and the construction sector expansion, which is the infrastructure development which is taking place, which is going to contribute towards the non-hydrocarbon space. So the IMF expects Oman GDP to grow by 2.6%. It was earlier at, I think, 3.1 or 3.2. They have reduced it a bit now because of the global uncertainty that we live in at the moment. But it is definitely going to continue to expand as we witness it. If we move forward, fiscal performance, right? This is the budget analysis. Again, this is our third year, which was 2024, which we've concluded. That was the third year of a budget surplus. And it is expected that this year, if the oil price remains close to what it is currently at $67, our budget is at $60. If it remains at around this level, we are likely to have a surplus this year as well, because as we all know, we sell 3 months forward. So today in May, we are selling for deliveries to happen in August. We expected a 24 budget with a 640 million Omani Riyal deficit. We ended up with a 540 million surplus. We are expecting a 620 million deficit. The surplus could be in the range of 250 to 300 million at the current oil prices as it stays. If you also look at, the most interesting part here is the expense tracking. The only expense that has reduced is the public debt service. Rest, all the expenses have been planned to increase in the budget, which means that the government is going to continue to spend in those sectors as we speak. The biggest growth in the source of income for the government is going to be from taxes and fees. And I will touch upon that in that section in a minute, because the taxes are going to contribute towards a growth in the income of the government. If we move forward into the exciting projects, if you talk about exciting projects and you don't talk about hydrogen, then you are definitely missing a trick, because I was personally involved in the recent announcement on the other side, which is on the European side, on advising them on the announcement of Oman, Netherlands hydrogen corridor, which has been set up, on analyzing what are the incentives and benefits available for foreign companies to come and invest in the hydrogen sector. And I think that is our energy 2.0. I would like to call that as the next oil for us in the country. Hafid Rail is going to be a next big game changer as far as the transportation and logistics is concerned, because it is expected to become the gateway for the rest of the GCC country, where the large cargo ships are suffering from higher fuel cost as well as higher insurance premiums, expected to drop off the cargo in Sohar, and then the Hafid Rail will carry it into the neighboring countries. The other very interesting investments have been in the Dukum Special Economic Zone as well as the Sohar Free Zone on the large LNG bunkering facility, as well as some of the very large projects which are coming up in Dukum are going to continue to attract the foreign direct investment into the country. So what we are tracking at the moment is, at the end of the third quarter, it was 26 billion. It has now grown to 30 billion at the end of 2024, which is a 5-year cumulative FDI that we have been tracking. So the last 5 years have been hugely positive for the country. As we move forward, in the interest of time, this is a very busy slide, right? And it is a slide busy because of the reflection of what has been witnessed in the last about 7 years or so. So if you see, each of the dot reflects a tax change that has happened in the GCC region. You talk about the excise tax, you talk about VAT, you talk about country-by-country reporting, you talk about automatic exchange of information, you talk about e-invoicing, you talk about corporate income tax, and you could talk about personal income tax as well. So the amount of integration that the GCC region has witnessed with the rest of the world when it comes to taxes is definitely unprecedented. It has not been witnessed at this pace in the past. But when we talk about taxes, it's unfair if you don't talk about incentives, because these taxes are a fiscal tool which are going to be used to drive a particular type of behavior for the consumers. So one of the point is around 0% of VAT and customs on EVs, right? Then the country is trying to encourage a particular type of consumption in the country, and hence the incentives have been announced. So while all the tax expansions have taken place, there has been also an expansion on the incentives. This is to highlight to you how important is the tax revenue for the country. So 16.4% of the country's income comes by way of taxes. And that includes all the types of taxes that are applicable in the country. There is one tax which is missing and which could come into this equation, maybe two. Of course, one is the personal income tax that we're talking about, and the other one is the carbon taxes, which could get introduced in the country to drive a particular type of behavior that we want to see in the economy. But if you notice, that is the timeline of the different introductions that have taken place in the country. About 650 million Omani riyals is contributed by way of VAT, and roughly about 690 million by way of withholding tax and corporate tax. Personal income tax is unlikely to come right now. I'm sure some of you are very happy about that. But is it going to never come? It's difficult to say, because it may get introduced by 27, 28. There has been enough public talk about it. But Oman is not going to be the first country to do it in the world. It is a very proven fiscal tool that is available to the government to manage the fiscal balances. If we move forward, in the interest of time, I will quickly summarize what are the expectations for the foreseeable future as well as for 2025. So one of the first thing is, of course, the oil price. So as we have said, the analysis predicts that the oil will remain around the $65 mark for the rest of the year. Our fiscal break-even is around $65. So if it remains around 65, we should be all right from a fiscal perspective. And it is likely to remain at that level, I think, in the next year as well, unless your geopolitical tensions in the region or in the neighboring countries expands and that causes a big disruption. So it's difficult to predict on that. Further improvement in credit rating, of course. We are at the first step of the investment grade, and it's a 6-month review that takes place, so there is a possibility we will further get into the investment grade, which will allow us to float Omani bonds and Omani sukuk at a much lower interest cost compared to what we have been doing in the past. Maintenance of the public debt to GDP ratio, it is going to remain at 35% as we anticipate, because a certain level of debt is important in the country to continue the investment into the infrastructure and the economic expansion that we want to see. Inflation management is expected to remain below 2%, the inflation in the country. So the HR folks giving a 3% increment is okay. You're going to offset the 2% inflation in the country. Sustainable finance framework, we've in 2024 was our first year of the announcement of the Sustainable Finance Framework, SFF, or as we call it, and 25 could potentially witness the first issuance of a local bond, a local paper, which will allow for a long-term financing arrangement for the government, and that is the new step that is going to take up. Energy transition, net zero by 2050, of course, this is a commitment that we have made to the rest of the world. And often people talk about that US has walked away from the Paris Agreement. Is really sustainability a topic which is going to remain relevant? I feel that, when we've been talking to the very large businesses around the MENA region, sustainability has dropped a notch, a spot in the top 3, but it is still in the top 3. It used to be the second most important, has now dropped to the third most important because of the tariff and the geopolitical issues taking up more space. But the organizations are still committed towards decarbonizing and having a commitment towards the net zero ambition of the country. Privatization and IPO activity will continue. So this year we witnessed the ASEAN IPO that has happened in the country. Last year we witnessed 3 very large IPOs that happened. And the government is going to continue to diversify by reducing its stake in those, I would say, very high-performing government companies and allowing public to participate, and thereby unlocking some value which allows them to fund the deficits. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alkish, for your valuable insights and views. Our next presenter is Ms. Reem Attai, Investor Relations Associate at Oman Investment Authority. Ms. Reem has over 9 years of experience, including working as a commercial attaché at the British Embassy in Oman. Her educational qualifications include a bachelor's in media and international relations from the American University in the United Arab Emirates. Please welcome Ms. Reem Attai.
Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for hosting us here today. On behalf of OIA, we'd like to thank you again. This is Reem Attai, and I'll be presenting introductory about Oman Investment Authority, its mandate, and our latest investment opportunities. So to begin with, we'd like to highlight our history and when was OIA really established. So Oman Investment Authority was actually established by a royal decree by His Majesty Sultan Haytham bin Tariq in the year of 2020. It was a merge between the State General Reserve Fund and Oman Investment Fund. The total worth of our assets is actually, as of last year, is $50 billion. And would like to also emphasize that our mandate is very much aligned with Oman 2040 vision. So what are those mandates? First of all, it's attracting foreign investments into the country and also contributing to the state budget, advancing the targeted sectors which were selected by Oman 2040 vision, which are approximately by 10 sectors, and we'll talk about it more in the next slides. Here is a slide that showcases our portfolio and OIA structure. To begin with, we do have the National Development Fund. The National Development Fund is actually the fund that manages our local and domestic assets. We do have 160 companies in 10 different sectors. And then for the international aspect, We do have the Future Generation Fund, where we actually invest in funds, direct investments and non-direct investments in 50 countries around the world. We recently have established as well Future Fund Oman. This fund actually aims to enhance the SME and private sector and also to attract foreign investments into the country. It's a $52 billion fund that aims to be located for the next 5 years. We have already announced about 37 projects between the SMEs projects and also the international projects in the country. One of them is United Solar in Sohar. This map showcases the allocation of our assets around the world. Obviously, we do have the majority of our assets allocated in the country in Oman, which is 60%, hence our local aspect and local companies. Then we do have North America in the second place, where, for example, we do have one of our major investments that were announced recently are an Elon Musk AI company and also SpaceX company as well, followed by Europe. This is where we can show you our 10 holding companies in 10 different sectors. Let's take energy, for example. We do have OQ, our energy arm, and then OQ is also considered to be our national champion for all of the hydrogen projects in the country, and we do have Oman LNG as well. As of tourism, we have Umran, our tourism arm, and then Asyad as our logistic arm. Part of the mandate of those companies is also to help to diversifying the economy of the country, and also it's worth mentioning that some of those subsidiaries of those companies were IPO'd last year, and we do have upcoming IPOs listed for the upcoming year as well. So we plan by the year from 2025 to 2028 to diverse from at least 30 companies through the pipeline. Lastly, we have strategic joint ventures with 9 different countries. It's important to emphasize that those strategic joint ventures are actually G2G agreements between the Omani government and those countries' governments. So we do have Uzbekistan, Brunei, Qatar, Spain, Vietnam, India, and we have recently also signed a joint venture between us and Turkey. The amount of that joint venture is $500 million to be spent between Oman and Turkey. And there are some other countries in the pipeline that will be announced pretty much soon during this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reem, for that informative presentation. UMS next event is the 10th edition of New Age Banking Summit on the 28th of May 2025. It promises to be bigger than ever. The summit has established itself as Oman's premier platform for banking and financial innovation. This year's summit will bring together industry leaders, disruptors, and decision makers. You can catch more details in the official video and get ready for a transformative experience.
A decade of reshaping the future of banking. The New Age Banking Summit is back, bigger, bolder, and more impactful than ever. From AI-driven banking to blockchain breakthroughs, from fintech revolutions to next-gen cybersecurity, NABS has been the stage where the future of finance is written. 10 years, one vision, endless possibilities. This year we ask the big questions. Is your bank ready for the next wave of digital transformation? Can fintechs outpace traditional banks? What's the next big disruption in finance? Why NABS 10 is unmissable. Industry titans, game-changing tech, exclusive insights, cutting-edge discussions on AI, blockchain, open banking, and more. The future of banking, live, unfiltered, and unstoppable. 10 years of leading the change, and we're just getting started. Be there, be ahead, be part of the revolution.
Please mark the date from now. Today's next presenter is Wisal Al-Rajdi, HR Manager, Wajha Development. With 11 years of experience in various HR segments and 3 years in managerial role, she currently oversees HR operations for a team of around 150 staff across Muscat and Cairo. Ms. Wasal holds a bachelor's degree in human resource management from the University of Stirling, Scotland. Beyond her professional role, she is also known for her leadership in community-based initiatives for women in Oman. She's associated with Hanna, which focuses on empowering women in sports, and is the co-founder of Ghudu, an initiative dedicated to promoting sustainable community-based tourism in the Far. Please welcome Ms. Wisal Al-Rajdi on stage.
Hello, good morning. I'm just testing the mic. Hi, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Wasal Al-Rashdi. I am the HR manager at Wujha. I wanted to briefly introduce myself, but I think our lovely presenter has covered everything about both my professional career and the other work that I do in the community. So I will just jump right to it. My name is Wasal Al-Rashdi. I am the HR manager at Wujha. Wujha is a development company. We're based in Muscat, Oman, with just over 120 staff members in both our offices in Muscat, currently also in Cairo, and soon to be in Dubai. What we do is we develop different projects across residential, commercial, offices, mixed use, and also going into hospitality. And by the way, if I can use my clicker here, we also have 2 projects that are freehold, and in Uptown and Central 7, they are based in COM, Knowledge Oasis. So if you want to know more about that, you'll find our table outside and you can meet our lovely staff members. What I'm here to do today is present something called the Wujha Graduate Program. The Wujha Graduate Program has been running for over 3 years now. I'll tell you a little bit about why we started this program and why this program is very important to the development and talent development of Omanis in the market. We basically started by wanting to hire Omanis specifically in our sales department within the company. We noticed that there was a gap in the market, specifically when it comes to teaching sales and real estate. We don't have those majors being presented at universities and institutes yet. So what we did was my team and I came together, brought the managers together, and we established what we would call the Wujha Graduate Program, where we designed an in-house curriculum for a full intensive month. The program runs for 4 weeks, and basically, we hire, or what you would say, we recruit different Omani talents across different sectors who would come and learn about real estate and learn about real estate sales for a full month. The program is mixed, so it's half class-based and half basically integration within the departments. So what they would do is they would have sessions with different managers from across different departments where they would learn about sales, but also learn how to work with the other departments. The program has been proven to be successful, and we even have some of our graduates who we ended up recruiting here today with us. Basically, what makes this program different is it's the first of its kind in the country currently. We do have other programs that run similar to this program, but this is the only one that has an in-house designed curriculum and integrates all different leaders within the actual association to come together and mentor our young Omanis. Just to go through very quick statistics, we've completed 3 years of the program. We started in 2022. We have around 50 trainees that have graduated from this program. So what happens once they graduate? We basically have a performance appraisal that we do during the program. And for our top performers, we extend that training further for 3 months. And within those 3 months, they're actually observing real sales interactions. They're interacting with real customers, and we end up recruiting from that. We've employed around 25% from the overall graduates that we've had. All of them basically get recruited and absorbed by our competitors in the market. and we've spent just over 720 hours during our training. We've completed 6 groups currently, and we're looking to plan our 7th group this summer. So yeah, it's a program I'm very proud of, and I'm proud to represent that program here today, and I want to thank the team who are here, who each contributed into the program, whether it was from supportive services, our finance departments, our releasing, and our facility management as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wisal, for your presentation and your kind remarks as well. UMS Events is proud to present the 5th edition of OER Live DX, which will spotlight the role of technology in national progress. As Oman accelerates its digital transformation, new regulations are shaping the future. This event dives into the tech trends powering the Sultanate's economic vision. Join us on June 25th for insightful discussions, innovation, and digital breakthroughs. Before we move forward, we would like to announce to all the attendees, you are encouraged to cast your votes on the corporate wellness program for your respective organizations in the interactive screens we have over here. Thank you. Now it's time to commence the first panel discussion on the topic, Unlocking the Potential of Oman's Renewed Renaissance. And I would like to invite Mr. Mayank Singh, Executive Vice President and Group Editor, UMS Group, to please come on stage to moderate the session. Please help me in welcoming him.
I'll rush through the introductions in the interest of time. The topic of today's panel discussion, as Dalia shared, is Unlocking the Potential of Oman's Renewed Renaissance. And we have a panel of stalwarts to deliberate on the topic. It's my pleasure to invite on stage our first panelist, Mr. Omar Al-Harthi, who is tasked with business development at Invest Oman. He is an experienced and results-driven professional with a proven track record in program development within the government. Moreover, he is skilled in shaping strategic vision, leading cross-functional teams, and executing impactful marketing and business development policies. Please welcome Mr. Omar. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Harsha Shetty, Chief Executive Officer, Jindal Steel Sohar. Mr. Shetty has over 22 years of leadership experience in the steel, aluminum, and zinc industry. He has held several key strategic leadership roles in Jindal Steel and Power and the Vedanta Group. He holds an MBA degree in marketing from NIMS, Mumbai, along with a BTech degree in electronics and telecommunications engineering, apart from a CFA Level 3 certification. Please welcome Mr. Harsha Shetty. It's my pleasure now to invite on stage Dr. Firas Al-Abdwani, a person who needs no introduction. He is the Director General of Renewable Energy and Hydrogen at the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. Dr. Al-Abdwani is responsible for shaping and implementing the public policies that support Oman's transition to a low-carbon economy. He oversees the policy-making process covering the electricity market, energy efficiency, renewable energy, low-carbon hydrogen, CCUS, which is carbon capture, utilization and storage, the certification of electrons and molecules, EV, and energy storage. With over 15 years of experience as a co-founder, CEO, and board members of various companies in the telecom and energy industries, Mr. Al-Abdwani has a proven track record of leading high-performance team. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Firas on stage. Our next panelist is another stalwart, Mr. Isam Al-Shaibani, the Vice President of Sustainability at the Asyad Group. He plays a key role in building and maintaining all ESG activities within the group to position Asyad among the top 10 integrated logistics companies in the world. In addition, Mr. Al-Shaibani also drives the decarbonization initiatives and facilities that facilitates the green hydrogen projects within the group. Given his success in implementing the group's sustainability agenda, he has recently been given the additional responsibility of looking after research, development, and innovation at the Asyad Group. He has more than 30 years of work experience. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Isam. And completing our lineup today is Mr. Carl Jackson, Partner, ESG Services Crow Oman. He is a globally experienced, seasoned risk management and financial reporting professional with much of his experience garnered in the fast-paced financial derivatives market. He's been working in Oman for 9 years, first with EY and later with Crow. He has recently moved his focus to ESG reporting and is a proponent of school of thought that quality and relevant information is a key cornerstone of effective long-term decision making. Please welcome Mr. Carl. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them? So, Dr. Firas, I want to start with you. Under the leadership and guidance of His Majesty, Oman has committed itself to net zero by 2015 in line with the Paris agreements. Can you just bring us up to speed as to what is being achieved there?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayank. So committing to net zero is an important element, and what is more important is that we decided as a government to go through an orderly transition, because there are different pathways of how a nation can achieve net zero. Some of them are quite accelerated, and those have inflationary aspects and could actually be detrimental. You have those that are laggards, so you push everything towards the end, and that puts you under immense pressure. And there's the balanced approach, where you look at it. So some of the key milestones were creating the Director General of Renewable Energy and Hydrogen in the ministry to be able to track this particular file. There was the announcement of Hydrogen Oman, Hydrom, that was also established to pursue some of the pathways related to that. Most importantly, the creation of Oman Net Zero Center that commenced works earlier this year, and they're going to be in charge of looking at the emissions and the pathways for decarbonization across Oman. So there are different elements that have been there, and then there are multiple projects under these different entities to try and achieve net zero in a manner that, of course, brings along energy security, decarbonization, capability development, competitiveness in the conventional energy as well as the new energies. And there's one more that I can't recollect, but there are 5 pillars for us that are cornerstones in delivering the net zero agenda and energy security.
Sure. So that's a great start, and I just want to get a bit of a sectoral feel because it's a cross-sectoral panel. So, Mr. Sam, OSIAD has aspirations of positioning Oman as a global logistics hub, and you also want to be among the top 10 integrated ports in the world. I mean, in transportation logistics hubs in the world. How are you going about that, and what has been achieved?
So we are actually taking up on Dr. Firas was mentioned that the net zero plan, and you look into the transportation sector, it's contributed around 16% of Oman emissions. That's starting from shipping, road transportation, ports and services, and the last mile delivery. That 16% is a key important, particularly for remaining in the future. Hence, we built our roadmap to net zero, where we see there is a bigger chance for investment, particularly in the mobility, where I can see the new cars are in the market. But again, mobility is becoming a key role in terms of our key focus area on the logistics. Hence, you see that we're investing, or we're exploring investment in the new types of fuel in the future. We're encouraging the use of e-mobility, whatever types. We are studying thoroughly use of hydrogen in heavy trucks and investment, and also development of that. That's why we're partnering in developing the first hydrogen refueling station. It's a part of Muwasalat. I think the Shell gift to the nation is operated by Muwasalat now, where we have high-end hydrogen limousine cars, or we call it Toyota Mirai, the delivery services. But again, we are looking expanding that ideas, where we also operate trucks and buses in Oman through Muwasalat, our team. But the key say here, well, logistic here, we want to be mobility here. That's locally. But we're also planning globally, where OSIAD is looking to acquire international companies that we have a footprint not only in Oman, but again in a region where we are close to core to our businesses. And Alakesh mentioned here that sometimes this group or collective agreements will not work. We're focusing on bilateral allocations or bilateral agreements, and this is the model now where we see that country to country that's becoming a very good relationship. And we have seen from the 2 visits of the Sultan that the 2 countries' allocations programs also focusing on logistics in the both areas.
Any acquisition that you're looking at that you could possibly share? I mean, or have you done any acquisitions till now?
We are already done. SFS is one of the companies that we have. SFS is a last mile delivery for forwarding company, where it's operates in Saudi Arabia and UAE and India. We are looking for more in the pipeline. They are under discussion. It will be disclosed in the right time, but again, for the sensitivity.
This is the right time.
Yes, it will be this. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mr. Harsha, Jindal Steel, one of the biggest investors in the country, and you're looking at investing more in the country. How has your experience been in the country, and what would your message be to anyone who's looking at Oman as a potential investment destination?
Yes, good morning everyone. So Jindal Steel started its journey in Oman in 2010, and we have grown manifold primarily because of the very progressive government policies towards investment, and we took over a DRI plant, 1.5 million, we expanded it to 2 million, then we put up a steel mill shop. So today we are producing 2.5 million tons from Jindal Shadid. Then we acquired Sohar Steel, which was a stressed asset. For over 3 years it was not operating. We took it over and we turned it around in a record time of less than 1 year, and our products proudly made in Oman is now reached United States shores. And we are also investing in a mega project, 5 million ton steel plant in Duqm, which will collectively make Oman a country which doesn't have iron as the largest steel producer in whole of GCC, and we will probably close with 10 million tons of steel production in Oman. Today we are producing around 3.3. And what's been the reason for this is, as I want to reiterate, is that government policies is very proactive, progressive, and we believe, and the second most important reason is that the youth of the country are very hungry for training and development, and we have leveraged on that, and that we have developed the youth to take on various leadership and critical positions. That's it.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Omar, I know you're just coming back and recovering from Advantage Oman, which was a huge success, so congratulations on that. And we heard some really good statistics. I mean, the Honorable Minister of Commerce, Industry and Investment Promotion shared that Oman will be growing at 3.4% in 2025, which is way ahead of a number of its regional peers and probably even in the world. Secondly, FDIs have grown by almost 16.2% year-on-year by Q3 of 2024. So you're doing a great job at Invest Oman. Can you just tell us what are the initiatives that are being done that the country is achieving this kind of success?
Thank you for having me here. Good morning. So Invest Oman was established 2 years ago.
Oman, can you just close it? Yeah.
Invest Oman was established 2 years ago to support and facilitate the inbound of foreign direct investors to the Sultanate. What we made is that we manage the facilitation for the investors as soon as they land to the plane, all the way to establishing their commercial registration, and even we take the extra mile of going to provide some aftercare services. So look at it from the classic and modern. What happens now is that we have a national negotiation team which takes care of the projects that are above 50 million Oman riyals. It's a platform where we engage all the government stakeholders to meet with the investor. So the government has one voice. We assign a relationship manager, a dedicated relationship manager to each and every investor that walks into Invest Oman. So this supports the ease of doing business. So rather than running behind each and every entity to get the license and permits, you only deal with one person that will deal with the back end. So this is one of the reasons why we've been pursuing and pushing forward with the foreign direct investors. We're no more receivers. We assigned a new team that is responsible to go to markets, invite investors to come all the way to Oman to check the investment opportunities we have. We're more focused now. We do not speak about sectors. We speak about subsectors. We look into value chains value chains and industries rather than just companies. We had a very great success story with the photovoltaic value chain, starting with the United Solar project that Reem mentioned earlier, and then moving to the cells and the modules, ingots, wafers, all the way to the PV glass. So we do understand that the companies can become profitable and scalable in the Sultanate if we bring the whole industry and value chain rather than the companies. So this is what we've been doing in the past 2 years.
No, it's very refreshing, and I've been there and we see the kind of work happening. Kalyo, into sustainability reporting, MSX, OIA have all mandated that companies have to do sustainability reporting. How much do you see companies being receptive or receptive to this idea?
Thank you for that. Yeah, just before I can, it's interesting. My role is kind of reporting. The four gentlemen on my side, they're probably on the sharp end of ESG sustainability. They're actually delivering. But again, when you start delivering and everything, it's about how you kind of get that message across to society and to the other peers around you who can start making decisions. Mike, as you mentioned, the MSX took the kind of the head start, and a year ago they mandated public reporting of ESG, including sustainability, for all the SEOG listed companies. That's happened. We've seen, as of the end of April, probably about 90% of the companies have reported for the first time. So if you go to the MSX website, you can see those reports. The next stage we're seeing is for OIA. They're actually asking all their companies that are not public listed to start reporting, to give the kind of flavor what's happening for the wider economy. What happens with reporting is companies do their own reporting first, and you hear the term greenwashing. Everything's positive. And it's kind of natural as you start, but I think as we go along and companies have to start reporting kind of comparatives and particularly targets, and the main target is kind of their net zero, how you're going to get to net zero over the next 30 years. It'll be very interesting to see how the companies in Oman is achieving that.
So, I mean, some sort of resistance, some sort of kind of greenwashing that you use the term here. And let's come back and we'll talk about it a bit more. Dr. Firas, when this was launched, this whole net zero in 2022, you were there and the Honorable Minister of Energy was also there. And the Honorable Minister said that the pathway to net zero is an opportunity for Oman to create economic value, increase industrial competitiveness, and attract investments to help diversify and strengthen the country's economy. Now, a lot of people may not be very clear about, is there a correlation between sustainability, net zero, and economic growth? You think there is a correlation, and how can that be achieved?
It very much depends on how the nation charts it. So it could be divergent or it could be a coalescence of these different factors. From our perspective, we believe that we have to make them coalesce and they need to be synergetic with each other. I'll take the example that Mr. Shetty spoke about, where he said Oman does not have iron ore, and yet we have the steel industry. And steel industry is one of the hard to abate sectors and high emissions sector. Now, one of the reasons we have a lot of influx of steel developers coming to Oman is because, in addition to the 2 points Mr. Shetty mentioned, we also have very high potential for clean energy. So whether this is renewable energy that goes into it or any of the different forms of clean hydrogen, whether it is green, white, or blue. So these elements make sense. Now, Oman is really rich with abundant energy. So the Royal Decree of 10 by 2023 allocated 65,000 square kilometers predominantly for renewable energy and green hydrogen. The potential of production of green electricity from these territories is estimated to be 5 times more than what Oman could use by 2050, even using a aggressive industrialization strategy. So we have a lot of untapped resources which are clean in nature. And these are the elements that we will work to ensure that we reach net zero, but in a manner that grows the economy. It requires quite a lot of work. It requires a lot of synergies, such as the effort Mr. Omar mentioned when it comes to the national negotiation team. So there needs to be a clear vision shared, not just at the vision level, but the operation level, which the government has and is working on. And then you take that and you operationalize it further onto the projects that are being selected, and typically using a competitive auction process or tender process to be able to select the ones that are most aligned with the nation's trajectory and ambitions.
So kind of there is a correlation between these two very important themes. And I'm going to Mr. Harsha, and I want you and Mr. Sam to elaborate on this. I was reading to your website, and Jindal Steel Sohar is, you operate your facilities with almost 45% lower carbon CO2 emissions than the World Steel Association. One is that. So you're one of the greenest steel manufacturers in the world. Why is this so important to you, and does it help your business?
Yes, so world over, steel industry, as Dr. Firas rightly mentioned, is one of the biggest carbon emitters. So 8% of the global carbon emissions is from the steel industry. And so that's the elephant in the room when we talk of decarbonization. So around 2.32 tons of CO2 is emitted for every ton of steel. That's the world average as per World Steel Association. Ours emission, as certified by DNV, the third-party independent agency, is 0.78 scope 2. And as per World Steel Association metrics, we are at 1.5. So that makes us amongst the lowest. Yes, the biggest, one of the key points is Oman has the clean natural gas. That's the first thing. Second most important is the operational efficiencies, which reduce the specific consumption to ensure that we consume less resources, and energy conservation. So these are the three things. And most importantly, some innovative technologies which we are looking at is carbon capture, which currently a pilot plant is going on. And Duqm is going to be the focus, as Dr. Firas rightly mentioned. The immense potential which Oman offers in terms of renewables and future-ready fuels like hydrogen is going to be a blessing for the steel industry. And our steel plant in Duqm is going to be low carbon emission steel. It's already green hydrogen ready, and so we will be looking at being the front runner of sustainability and to take Oman on the global map for that. And also, I mean, while the world is only talking about CO2 emissions, sustainability is not just about CO2 emissions. I would like to emphasize the fact that we are also tracking water footprint, not only carbon footprint. So our water footprint, which very few steel companies in the world actually speak about, is 0.85 meter cube per ton of steel. And in a country where water is very scarce, this is extremely critical. World average is 1.5. If you go on the WSA website, you will find it's 1.5 to 2. So we are leading the world in the water footprint. And also another thing which most people don't talk is the stack emissions. We are 5 times lower in the stack emissions than the norms in Oman, and we are aligned with the European norms. So these are the 3 things which we believe important, but most important is social sustainability. Sustainability is not just about CO2 or whatever, it's social sustainability. We have aligned our CSR to Oman 2040 vision with youth and sports as the central. So that's, and also the cultural, being a cultural champion for our zone 1, that's our immediate neighborhood. Sure. So I think all these 3 actually define real sustainability for organizations which want to be aligned with the future. Sure. And the color of the future enterprise is green.
Okay, and this question to both Mr. Isam and you, Harsha, does it add to your cost? And let's look at Mr. Isam first into that. You're also representing an industry where there's a lot of stress, whether it's using cleaner fuel for ships or becoming more sustainable in their operations. What are your thoughts on this whole thing? I mean, why is it important the logistics industry, transport industry becomes green?
So I'll take from Mr. Shetty what he mentioned about Sohar first. We start as an example. The Sohar ports and with industry that's happening in Sohar encompass around 1/3 of Oman total emissions. So in order to be successful at a port on the free zone in that area, we need to decarbonize that complete port. It's a huge amount. So there is a lot of focus on how we can decarbonize Sohar port in the industry adjacent to it with finding renewable. So there is a lot of focus on the next energy transition. Where we can get more solar power, where we can get wind. There's less wind in that part of Oman, but we're looking at other options. So hydrogen could be an option, but we're also exploring the tidal energy. The tidal energy is in Oman. I've done through a study. There is a current study with the Sultan Qaboos University on how we can generate power from using tidal energy. And there is actually a measurement now happening in Sur, helped by Oman LNG, and then we're moving to Sohar. But the most potential area is Duqm all the way till Salalah because of the Kharif season and monsoon season help a lot of energy from the waves and the tidal. So there is a lot of focus on that because the gateways, there is another terminology that we use, or in the maritime business we call the green corridor or green ports. These green ports, that connection between the 2 ports, all the goods that move between these 2 ports have to be managed or moved in a green way. And this is where I do a more premium into it. So you can charge more, you can ask for more charges. So there's a good revenue. But again, you need the ecosystem around this port to be completely green. So touching back on the fuels that we have to use, on the system that in the port to be doing. So one of our green focus area is Port of Salalah. Port of Salalah with the APMT Maersk who are operating the port, they have a strategy that will be one of the most green port by 2040. So their net zero plan is 2040. We are focusing on other ports as well to be even earlier, but again, there is a lot of massive challenges. Port of Duqm is green by itself, is currently focusing on developing its net zero plan, but again, it's a new port, so it's built with the best standard, best technology. These ports will help Oman to becoming green and connecting the world with the green corridors or green connections.
But does it increase the cost of doing business?
Though it's attract the business. For example, to give you today, Nike and IKEA or Adidas, they would love to transport their goods in a green manner. So that's one of the strategy, because this is for them a scope 3. So they definitely want to have it. For us, it's a good business because it's attract business where we can tap on. You can charge premium as well, but also it help you to becoming greener. And also in the future, there will be, particularly in the maritime and delivery services, where there'll be you will see a taxation happening on tariffs or taxation on fuels that operate in the ships, because although it's a small amount, but we foresee there is a taxation that might offset the market. But again, we ahead of the curve in order to find the cheaper and lower fuel that meet the target.
Mr. Rashid, just a quick word. If you're going to go green, and who bears the cost of that going green? Is it the customer or is it the company?
Well, our complete transition to green would be when costs are actually have fallen, to manageable levels. Currently, the costs are high, and what we are doing from our side is we are technology ready for the transition. And then with the scale, if the increase in scale, in the renewable power or say hydrogen production costs, so a day will come when the costs would be practical in such a way that it would balance the premium you would get because of going green. And we will be ready for that day. And we believe that can be accelerated with collective effort from the industry and the governments and across internationally.
Sure. So, Carl, Dr. Firas, yes, please.
Because I think it's an important point, this issue of cost. And I fully agree with Mr. Shetty and Mr. Assam. If we think about it from a cost perspective, I think we should make it very clear that there's no doubt that transitioning to green has a cost to it. The fact that you're creating an ETS, the fact that you have all of these subsidies being sunk in, these are all costs that ultimately are borne by citizens, because whether they're taxpayers and it goes into the treasury and then that goes as subsidy. But you should not compare it to business as usual. What you should compare it to is what would happen if you do not invest into the energy transition. So these are mitigationary actions that we're doing by having energy transition. The alternative is actually to live with what will happen with the world if the temperature rises to above 2.6 degrees, to 4.5 degrees. Now, that's a very difficult proposition. It's an intangible. So you tell people, okay, the temperature increases globally on average by 4.5. Most of us will not comprehend what that translates to. And actually, the scientists themselves don't agree fully on what will happen. But what we do know is that extreme weathers will become more prevalent. Droughts will become in areas that are not expected. There'll be floods happening in areas that are not expected. So the cost of living with a world that is not transitioned to clean energy and does not reduce emissions by the general decision makers and public is believed to be really enormous. So it's really a balancing act. How fast can you move while the society accepts this change? And to be honest, it's a blend of socioeconomic art and science. It's not an easy topic.
So, Carl, you heard different perspectives here saying that no, it's good for business, and Dr. Firas explained that, this is a transition period. One is, why is there a resistance when you're saying that there's a lot of greenwashing in Oman? Secondly, worldwide also we see a pushback now, even in the European Union, where there are mandates for cars to go green by 2030 and 2035. There is resistance to this whole thing. Where are we headed, and how can the acceptability grow in Oman?
Okay, first, in terms of resistance, I wouldn't say there's a resistance in Oman. What I'd say is we're just at the nascent stage. Reporting for me has always got two aspects. One is reporting what's happened in the past, and that's where we are now. What's really needed for Oman, and what these gentlemen are talking about, is kind of the future. And when you've got reporting for the future, it really falls into two, which is risks and opportunities. Risks are basically, if you don't do anything, what's going to happen to your business? typically from a negative perspective. Opportunities are, climate is changing, the world is changing, what can you do to kind of benefit from that? And all the gentlemen here are all in industries where they're looking, if they can make green products, there's people out there that want to buy the green products. So you talk about who's going to bear the cost, ultimately it's going to be the customers. But again, if customers want green products, they're willing to pay a small premium for that. I think the biggest issue when you talk about worldwide is, you know, how much is that premium for green? I'm from the UK, and if you read the new UK newspapers at the moment, even Tony Blair, the ex-Prime Minister, is coming out saying the UK going to net zero, it's too expensive. The people in the UK of today can't afford it. But as we just said, it's a kind of cost between now and a bit later. If we don't kind of nip this in the bud now and kind of contain it, the future cost is probably going to be much higher.
Sure. So, Omar, do you see interest in investing in renewables and in Oman, where to invest Oman? And you touched upon that go-to-market strategy, which you have been very involved with. Can you just elaborate on that also, please? So, two questions.
So when we actually target different companies from all around the world, we make sure that they have a vision to transfer into green. So even if they are actually gas intensive or electricity intensive, we should understand how can they move from that, because at the end of the day it's a natural resource and we want to use it wisely, and this is the main strategy that we use when attracting the companies. So we attract mostly the companies that are already operating with certain technologies that are supporting the green transition. So that is the main way of outgoing to those companies and outreaching them. And as I mentioned, even for those subsectors that are gas intensive or electricity intensive, just like data centers, steel, iron, and so on, what matters the most is that if they have a great plan to transfer into green in the next 3 to 5 years, then of course we start the negotiation in terms of that. So this is it mostly of what we're doing. There is a huge interest. Actually, investors are coming here because of the renewable energy. They're coming here because of the green hydrogen strategy that we have put in place. And at the end of the day, the companies care about their P&L. In terms of the capex and opex, we try to provide great incentives in terms of the utility prices, the land prices, so that their P&L doesn't get, for example, distracted with the cost of transferring to green. So this is it, what we're mostly doing.
And what is the go-to-market strategy?
So the go-to-market strategy is that we assign certain subsectors rather than markets that Oman that can create a social and economical impact. Secondly, those subsectors were picked for the readiness of Oman to actually host them. And by the readiness, I mean is the competitive advantage we have and the comparative advantage we have, either by our strategic location. We always invite companies to explore Oman as an export destination, so investing to export. We do understand that we have a small population and demand, 5 million. However, we have a 60 million around us with the GCC. We have the Eastern African market, and now we're working very hard with the Indian market. So, and of course, the free trade agreement with the United States. So this is it mostly. How can we attract companies? Rather than just speaking, for example, about mining, we speak about certain type of mines. Rather than speaking about logistics, we're speaking now about the cold chain infrastructure that will enable a lot of movement of agriculture and pharmaceuticals. Of course, when it comes to energy, we're looking at the photovoltaic, we're looking at the electrolyzers, we're looking at the EV value battery chain. How can we get the anodes? How can we get the cathodes, the chassis, and the energy battery systems?
Great. We have around just over 15 minutes. If anyone wants to ask any questions, please do raise your hands and we will reach a mic to you. Dr. Firas, we can't let you go without asking about green hydrogen. Oman is positioned as one of the most attractive countries in the world to produce green hydrogen competitively and on scale. Now, you also have very ambitious targets. How much progress has been made on this? And there's a gentleman sitting on your left who would be very interested in what you say.
Sure, and the gentleman to my left, we were in discussions the whole time. I think the green hydrogen, particularly if I take what Mr. Alkesh mentioned, where he called it the oil. So I start with that. We don't see green hydrogen as an alternative for oil and not even an alternative for gas, at least in MEM, the Ministry of Energy and Minerals. It's a new, if you look at it, traditionally hydrogen is an industrial gas. And at the peak of the hype of green hydrogen in 2020, there were almost 50 new sectors and industries that were being promoted as being capable of deploying green hydrogen. Back then, if we reference BNEF, Bloomberg New Energy Finance, they really expected that for the world to maintain a 1.5 degree increase in temperature by 2050, the world will need to consume around 1 billion tons of clean hydrogen. Majority of it, 80%, is green. The same gentleman who gave that presentation in 2020, last year in October, shrunk it down. So first of all, he said that we no longer believe that the world can achieve 1.5 degrees. We're beyond that. We can achieve 1.75 degrees if we really put a lot of efforts, and the most likely scenario is a 2.6 degree scenario, whereas in 2020 we're talking about the 2 degree scenario, which was also mentioned in the Paris Accord. So the world is actually slipping, if you look at it from a scientific view, and the green hydrogen and the blue hydrogen and clean hydrogen quantities and forecasts have shrunk dramatically. So to achieve 1.5 degrees was 1 billion tons. Now in 2024, to achieve 1.75 degrees, you need around 400 million tons. So that's a shrinkage of 60%. And that's the aggressive scenario. The 2.6 is even lower. It's at around 180 million tons. So it's a very dynamic space. I think we're in the area where reality is coming into green hydrogen. And that's something as a government we follow up. So yes, we are very capable of generating hydrogen at competitive prices based on our renewable energy resources and the human capital we have in our geography. But what is required is for the technology to evolve, something Mr. Shetty mentioned, and we agree. It also depends on the world investing into it. If you look at solar, when it started in the early days, was extremely expensive. At some point, it was an order of magnitude more expensive to deploy solar for electricity generation than a conventional. But the faith and belief from certain governments, starting with Europe and Germany in particular, where they really pumped a lot of money through feed-in tariffs to promote it, helped the learning curve get achieved. And then other countries jumped in, including China, which took a leading role, and they just steamrolled the renewable energy. Now, we hope something similar happens with hydrogen. We keep track of it. But one of the elements that we really need to focus on is that you have multiple challenges with hydrogen across the value chain. I mentioned the issues of costs in generating the hydrogen or producing the hydrogen itself. There's the transportation of hydrogen, and maybe Mr. Assam can allude to more on that, on the liquid hydrogen corridor. They were part of the signatories. But what you really need is local consumption. So as part of the dialogue we're having is what are the industries that we could target while having minimal economic impact? They will have an impact on them because it is more expensive than the natural gas. But there are some industries, 2 to 3 industries that we have identified that can bear a certain extra cost by absorbing hydrogen. And that's what we're focused on now as MEM, to look at these industries and putting mandates on them, working in bilateral agreements with different nations to ensure that there's cross-subsidies to support where the intermediate products go to them. So these are the different things we're working on. I believe there's a 3rd round of hydrogen also being announced this week, possibly today itself. So we're progressing on the production side, and we're really doubling down on enabling it locally and growing the demand for clean hydrogen in Oman.
So Dr. Firas, it's a tricky question. Any timelines? When can we see green hydrogen being produced in Oman? I know it's not an easy question, but you're the right person to answer this question.
It depends. Okay. So if you asked me this question pre-Trump, I would have told you I was quite confident. Pre-Trump and pre-Ukraine-Russia wars. So before these 2 events, I would have been quite optimistic that by 2029, 2030, we would have significant production of hydrogen. But with these 2 geopolitical events, you saw the European Union's budget, and 500 billion was allocated for national security and 100 billion was allocated for energy transition. If you did not have this war taking place, 600 billion could have gone to energy transition. So there's a significant amount of resources being diverted away from energy transition to other things that are more necessary in the Maslow pyramid of necessities. And then you look at the US, there's a dramatic shift because you really need the larger economic blocks to promote the energy transition for it to happen. The European Union remains there, but at a softer pace. Also, the governments there have changed. They were predominantly green governments, and they shifted to the right governments. Now, I would say that we're optimistic that we will have some production by 2030. And we're doing whatever we can to ensure with the other leading nations who believe similarly to us that decarbonization is important and that hydrogen is an important pathway to get it happen, inshallah.
Mr. Sam, any thoughts on green hydrogen? We just mentioned.
So actually, we were already told, in reality, green hydrogen is already available in Oman. They're used for Muwasalat, for the vehicles that we have. There are 15 cars in Oman operate with using hydrogen, green hydrogen. The application is there. Is now the key challenge is how we can bring the cost of use of that hydrogen lower. As I say, technology is immense. How we can bring it. It's from a proven technology that we can convert solar into a power energy that we can drive a car. It's there. It's only now how we can help the technology becoming cheaper and affordable to everyone. All the school of thought confirm that hydrogen for our personal mobility is very expensive. That's why some other areas die. But again, is proven mainly to give the understanding that hydrogen is safe to use and it's easy to use. Hydrogen, more likely we see the light in the mobility for the heavy trucks or for heavy bus transportation, but not for personal transportation. EVs will be the most suitable one for EV transportation. And that's why hydrogen is becoming like touching most industries, provided that we help and the technology when the learning curve becoming more. That's why we're tapping on more on the Chinese experience, where they have entered many markets. They have a lot of good subsidy from the government. If that market sustained and then the cost becoming lower, then we see that effect coming up in this region, inshallah.
Okay, so Mr. Harsha, you are putting money where your mouth is, because you're investing $3 billion in the country with your sister concern, Vulcan Green Steel, where you planning to produce 5 million tons per annum of steel, which is going to be primarily going to be powered by green hydrogen. What are your thoughts on this? You heard 2030 is kind of a deadline. What are you planning? Because I think your plant is already going to be up and running in a while.
So when you look at steel, 70% of the decarbonation happens because of renewable power. And the final 30% is when we inject hydrogen into the iron making. Because your steel is produced using the electric arc furnace, so that's where you can use the renewable power. So that's how it stacks up. So so we have a technology for iron making which can consume hydrogen, and we are very much focused on partnering Oman's vision for net zero through hydrogen economy. But what we feel is, to start with, we will rely on renewable power as a first lever, and then we progressively transition to hydrogen. And we believe, yes, the costs are going to come, the technology is going to evolve. Currently, it may be at a nascent stage. So when it evolves, I guess we should be ready for that. So maybe by 2035, we definitely...
Yeah, Omar, you have any thoughts?
We meet companies every single day. So from now on, so I believe there's many IPs are being registered right now from all around the world in terms of getting the right technology to make it more affordable to apply this type of technology. So let's not forget that the technologies are emerging, the technologies are growing, and maybe the technology doesn't exist now, but it might exist in the next 2 years.
Any questions? We have to wrap up the panel in just over 5 minutes. Please feel free to raise your hands. So I'll combine 2 questions and we'll wrap up the panel. So one is, Dr. Firas talked about pre and post-Trump. So we are also in the 90-day the period, so we don't know what's going to happen after 90 days. So Carl, so let's start with you. A lot of geopolitical instability, a lot of uncertainties. What can businesses do to plan their future, particularly with an Oman perspective?
Yeah. Again, going back to what these gentlemen have said, and even to Al-Kesh, who was before, Oman is not an island. We're here, it's about foreign direct investment, it's about exporting overseas. And to do that, you've got to find your niche where you've got a competitive advantage. Green hydrogen could be one of them. But again, the problem is whenever you're going into export markets, you've got the geopolitics, things happening there. So you've got the issues in Europe because of the war, because of the cost of fuel. You've got Trump doing whatever he's doing in the US. So it's very difficult to plot. But I think you just need to look at the long term and have a long-term strategy and assume that we're going to come out of this at some point and the world is going to move to green. So I think Oman needs to be positioned.
Mr. Assam, you represent one of the sectors which can get affected by geopolitical uncertainties, whether it's supply chain disruptions or the cost going up. And logistics is one of the priority sectors in Oman. How do you unlock this potential despite whatever's going on in the world?
So actually, we've been already affected not only with Trump, but before a lot of things happening in the risk. Example, the Red Sea situation now, it is one of the affected logistically very heavily. So we have an updated. We have review our risks every quarter, not every month, but every quarter, at least to see all the inputs coming up in the market. And to be frank, we added. It's mainly taken from the United States, but again, there's a call, a TRI, Trump Risk Index 2.0.
That's a new one.
It is really a study now is happening. As there was a 1.0 mainly started when his first attempt, first period, and now there is 2.0 the second period, and now we see that the TRI 2.0 affecting more in the North African market. We follow that as an indicative. It is with numbers, with everything. But that TRI is mainly tells you what exactly the market is going, which market been affected, particularly in terms of good movement, in terms of market allocation, and in terms of bilateral relationships that's happening here. And that's becoming a key important indicator or index that we need to follow.
But then how can Oman's logistics sector still be resilient and grow?
Well, we have our markets. Our market is still seven. One of our main business or main contributor is LNG ships. That we see that still growing and maintaining its position, particularly the requirement of fuel. Although we go through the Cape now, we don't go through the Suez Canal because of the insurance requirement mainly. But again, we see that additional costs coming up into the fuel. But I think the Asian market is becoming steady in growth. Steady in growth is only the few markets that have been affected by the TRI, the Trump Risk Index.
Omar, you come from a sector which, because now the whole shift from multilateralism to unilateralism, do you think that FDI investments can get affected, and how are you bracing for it?
Of course, but let's look at from the bright side. So we get a lot of emails, calls, and messages from a lot of companies from all around the world that are trying to maneuver throughout those distractions and looking to have Oman as their HQ for their manufacturing facilities. And this distraction has opened the eyes for those tier 1, tier 2 companies to actually approach new markets. So for example, if they were exporting 70 or 80% of their products to the United States, now they're looking into the North African, East African market. They're looking into the MENA region. They're looking of how can we utilize Oman as a re-exporting destination. So although there is a lot of distraction happening, but we still see it as an opportunity. And it's not buzzwords, because we've been contacted by a lot of companies that are willing to come, and they already came, and we utilize the Advantage Oman forum to have this discussion and open dialogues with those companies of why not move your secondary manufacturing, if not your HQ, to the Sultanate, utilize the Oman's OPAS free zones and economic free zones, the land prices, the utility prices, the manpower, the skill sets that we have that can be provided by the Ministry of Manpower, the training, the upskilling, and so on. So this is it mainly in terms of...
You'll have the last word, Dr. Firas. So,
I just had one more point.
No, I'm coming to you, Mr. Shetty. Yeah. So, manufacturing, one of the main key drivers of Oman's economy, not just from a general perspective, but from as an industry leader, how does manufacturing survive this thing and grow from here? And anything else that you want to add?
Yes, so I was coming to that point that, we are in 2025, and there's 15 years left to achieve the Oman 2040 vision. And as we saw in the presentation, under 33% of our GDP is non-oil based today, which as per Oman 2040 has to be 90%. So the journey from 30% to 90% has to be accomplished in the next 15 years. It can be done. It needs manufacturing as one of the key pillars. And in a massive way, Oman has to attract manufacturing industries and the downstream, not just industries who can make something, use the energy up here and export intermediate product, the ones which can add manufacturing. For example, there is something like a multiplier effect. There are industries whose multiplier effect is much higher. So we have to attract them. And that is one thing. Secondly, renewable power, as Dr. Firas mentioned. There is a Oman sunshine hours is close to 3,500 per annum, and it's in the top 5 in the world. And wind velocity it compares close to Netherlands. So friendly policies to attract investments into renewable power in a very fast way, along with the national champion, because we want to create a national champion, OQE, and along with the national, that can be another huge catalyst to attract the manufacturing in here. And 3, most important thing is the youth power. Oman is blessed with close to 45% youth, which if you compare the developed world, they are much lower, and even Japan. So tomorrow belongs to those countries which have this youth power. This is a resource. So Oman needs skill development institutes which can develop the skills inside rather than getting people from outside. There are a lot of skills. For example, AI, robotics, drone making, and in fact, we were just working on a project with the government to understand how Jindal can contribute towards the youth as a part of CSR. So this is another big manufacturing lever.
No, great. I think, Umar, you just want to comment?
Yeah, I know the time is up, but
I know, that's
it's very
fine.
important
That's
thing
okay.
to
We
add.
just, and then, please.
It's a very important thing to add here in terms of manufacturing. That's why we're really focused on manufacturing. So if the upstream exists in the Sultanate, we immediately attract the midstream and the downstream. We bring the whole value chain. If the upstream doesn't exist, then we go and target the upstream to become the first mover, and we give good incentives toward the upstream. So we're looking into, again, the value chains from an upstream point of view all the way to the downstream point of view.
If there are no questions, is there any questions? I'll ask Dr. Firas to close this panel with his closing thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayank. From my perspective, the topic you raise about resilience, and I add agility, is extremely important, and not only from the private sector perspective, but also from the national strategy perspective. So typically, we've always, coined up a vision, the 5-year plan that is part of the Vision 2040 for each installment. And when the waters were calmer, you could have one vision and you just work on it for that 5-year period. This is no longer sufficient or suitable for our times. So one of the things as a government we're working on is actually having a multi-pronged strategy. So what we're doing is a scenario-based strategy where you have different signposts. What are the different key elements we need to identify from the upstream of energy, whether it's oil and gas, renewables, or hydrogen? What are the intermediate things from the industries, the pipeline that come in? And then what are the externalities from the politics, geopolitics? So right now what we're doing is we're trying to work on a scenario-based approach. And yes, you do have a baseline of how you expect things to progress, but it's no longer sufficient just to rely on that. You need to have the agility, even as a government perspective, to shift policies. And, in a government, it typically it's challenging to change direction. But if a scenario-based approach as a bundle was approved, so you say, okay, these are the boundary conditions, these are the different scenarios we have, and let's approve this bundle, this is the baseline, and then if these X, Y, Z sensors happen, and you cannot predict all of them, but hopefully you can capture the majority of the key ones, then as a government, we can be more agile and to shift, including not necessarily sticking to net zero by 2050. So we also have some outlier scenarios to put contrasts out there to see how things evolve, because you don't want to be hung onto something when the rest of the world is doing something else, and you need to have the ability to maneuver.
Brilliant. Why we chose this topic was because we thought 5 years of the renewed renaissance under the visionary leadership of His Majesty Sultan Haytham. This is also the beginning of the 11th 5-year plan and 15 years to Vision 2040. And our panelists have given us some wonderful insights, and I hope that will help you in your business and on your day-to-day work. So thank you, Mr. Amal Al-Harthi. Thank you, Mr. Harsha Shetty. Thank you, Dr. Firas Sabdawani. Thank you, Mr. Isam Al-Shaibani. And thank you, Mr. Carl Jackson. Can we have a huge round of applause for all of them, please?
Thank you, our esteemed panelists, Mr. Singh, for giving us such a splendid discussion. Now, it's time to present OER Business and HR Excellence Awards. And it's my honor to invite on stage our chief guest, His Highness Sayyid Mohammed bin Thuwaini Al Saeed, to present the awards to the winners. I would also request Mr. Saeed Al Mashani to kindly join His Highness on stage. We will start with OER Business and HR Excellence Awards for notable achievements. The first award goes to a company that has demonstrated exceptional innovation and consistent business growth in Oman's financial sector. Through a strong focus on digital transformation, customer-centric financial solutions, and support for SMEs, they have strengthened their role as a key enabler of economic progress. Their community impact initiative Imtidad, an extension of impacting lives beyond business, reflects a deep commitment to social responsibility, economic support, and environmental sustainability, fully aligned with Oman's Vision 2040 goals. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Awards for Excellence in Innovation and Business Growth is National Finance. Congratulations. Our next award is for a company that has played a pivotal role in driving the Sultanate of Oman's economic diversification goals while promoting sustainable growth in line with Oman Vision 2040. Through significant investments in green steel production, revitalization of key industrial assets, and impactful community initiatives, they continue to strengthen Oman's industrial and social landscape. Through their goals and vision, the company also instills a strong sense of in-country value, further reinforcing the country's vision to build a resilient manufacturing sector. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for enabling economic diversification and social responsibility in alignment with Oman Vision 2040 is Jindal Steel Sohar. Congratulations. Our next award of the day is for a company that has redefined clean energy manufacturing in the Sultanate of Oman by commissioning an industrial-scale solar power plant with a capacity of 25 megawatts dedicated to ferrochrome production. They have significantly reduced greenhouse gas emissions and set a benchmark for sustainable industrial practices in the region. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Innovation in Clean Energy Manufacturing is Ettaman Ferro Alloys. Congratulations. Our next award is for a company that has exemplified leadership in delivering innovative investment solutions across the Sultanate of Oman and the region. With a legacy spanning for 3 decades, they have consistently introduced pioneering financial services, from launching Oman's first online trading platform to offering diversified asset management and corporate finance solutions. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Leadership in Investment Solutions is United Securities. Congratulations. The next award goes to a brand that has continually redefined the workplace experience. Harnessing its leadership position in office and production print technology, it has expanded into software and services to sustainably power the hybrid workplace of today and tomorrow. Today, the brand is continuing its legacy of innovation to deliver centric and digitally driven technology solutions and meet the needs of today's global distributed workforce. The brand has also launched the world's first AI printer with multiple functionalities and built-in productive apps. The winner of the award for innovative technologies and work solutions is Xerox from Bishaira Establishment, LLC. Congratulations, Xerox. The next award goes to Oman's first specialized investment bank in the country. The bank has been established to lend support to the government's strategic goals and meet the aspirations of local and regional investors. It offers a wide range of financial services, including corporate consultancy and the development of local and regional stock markets. As part of its efforts to enhance its list of future commercial franchises, the bank focuses on providing an integrated set of strategic consultations and capital market products to serve its clients. The winner of the Best Emerging Financial Institution for Cross-Border Service Innovation is Oman Investment Bank. Congratulations. The next award of the day is for a company that has showcased outstanding dedication to meeting and exceeding global industry standards by achieving the prestigious API 5L certification, a hallmark of excellence for high-grade and industrial pipeline manufacturing. They have demonstrated superior quality in producing line pipes for the oil, gas, and water industries. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Excellence in Industry Standards Award, API 5-liter certification achievement is Al Jazeera Steel Products. Congratulations. The next award of the day goes to an insurance company with over 35 years of operations in Oman. Over this period, it has maintained sound financial and generated sustainable profitability. It also has the distinction of offering high dividends to its shareholders every year. Its success stems from its customer-centric approach and its vision to continually excel and become the best insurance provider in the Sultanate. The company's mission and vision are supported by its values of integrity, customer care, excellence, sustainable value creation, and teamwork. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Consistent Shareholder Value Creation is Oman United Insurance Company. Congratulations. The next award goes to a graduate program launched in June 2022 that is designed to attract graduates from all walks of life to join a one-month training program in the sales department of a real estate firm. This program is designed to offer graduates an insight into the real estate market in Oman, the developers of business and tech, and teach the basics of real estate, focusing on sales in Oman. Since the launch of the program, the firm has trained over 50 graduates from across the Sultanate of Oman and recruited over 15 new graduates in different departments across the group. The winner of the HR Excellence Award for Fostering Omani Talent Development is Wujha Graduate Program by Wujha Real Estate. Congratulations, Wujha. The next award goes to a company that has a diversified investment portfolio spread across multiple sectors, asset classes, and geographies. This group, which is fully aligned with Oman Vision 2040 and a valued partner in the progress of Oman, has grown to be one of the frontrunners among the nation's leading business organizations, establishing a strong foothold in the development of banking and financial services, independent power projects, healthcare facilities, and promoting manufacturing and other service sectors. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for cross-sectoral contribution to Oman's economy is Muscat Overseas Group. Congratulations, Muscat Overseas. The next award is in the automobile segment. With its spacious interior and advanced safety systems, this SUV model is designed for comfort and security during long drives. Additionally, the adaptive cruise control and 360-degree camera enhance the driving experience, making it easier to navigate urban environments. The model stands for its competitive pricing and high-tech features, making it a popular choice among families and adventure seekers alike. The winner of the SUV of the year is Uni S from Shangan. Congratulations! The next award goes to a premier IT-enabled services ITIS provider based in Oman, specializing in digital business process outsourcing. The company merges cutting-edge technology with efficient operational processes to drive innovation and create a unique corporate culture. It aspires to set benchmarks in premier contact center services, comprehensive business process outsourcing, and IT product services across various sectors. The company is dedicated to proactive risk management, customer delight, and continuous improvement, aiming to exceed expectations. The winner of the OER Business Excellence Award for Excellence in Next Generation AI Solutions is Infoline. Congratulations, Infoline. The next award goes to an Omani public company listed on the Muscat Stock Exchange. Established in 1997, the company has its head office and flagship mushroom farm in Barka, besides a state-of-the-art compost factory in Thimrit and a branch in UAE. The company is primarily engaged in the cultivation and marketing of fresh mushrooms under the brand name of Mushroom Oman. It's the largest high-tech mushroom farm in the GCC region. The company is largely export-oriented and moves about 90% of its production to markets outside the Sultanate of Oman. The winner of the OER Excellence Award for Greater Brand Visibility and Unique Market Leadership is Gulf Mushroom Products Company. I've been eating their mushrooms since I was a kid, and it's honestly the best. Congratulations once again, and the next award goes to a forward-thinking HR leader with over 13 years of experience in human resources and recognized for her strategic vision and ability to lead transformation. She has been instrumental in driving digital HR innovation, strategic workforce planning, and talent development initiatives that she has reshaped the company's people strategy. Her career spanned impactful roles with industry leaders such as PDO and Petrofac, where she led training and development programs that built capabilities at a scale. The winner of HR Manager of the Year is Ms. Atiyah Hanif, Acting Head of HR, Dhofar Insurance. Congratulations. The next award goes to a distinguished figure with the insurance industry. His leadership has been instrumental in guiding the company to unprecedented levels of success. He actively engages in industry governance, serving as a director for the Oman Insurance Association and vice chairman of the board of directors of Omani Unified Bureau of the Orange Card. With his blend of expertise, vision, and unwavering commitment to the insurance sector, he emerges as a significant force shaping its direction. Additionally, his previous role as CEO of Marsh in 2018, a globally recognized insurance brokerage firm, further highlights his depth of experience and leadership skills. The winner of the CEO of the Year in the insurance segment is Mr. Hassan Al-Lawati, Chief Executive Officer, Oman Qatar Insurance Company. On his behalf, the CFO will receive the award. Congratulations. Now, for the final award and appreciation that goes to a publication whose mission is connecting ideas, building futures. It's a premier business and economic publication dedicated to Zanzibar and East Africa's growth. The winner of the final award is ZB, our media partner from Zanzibar. Congratulations, ZB, and all the winners. Now, we would like to present a token of gratitude to our chief guest, His Highness Sayyid Mohammed bin Thuwaini Al Said. And I would like to invite His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al Ma'shani on stage to do the honors. Now I would request all the winners to please come on stage for a picture with His Highness and His Excellency. Our heartfelt thanks to His Highness Sayyid Mohammed bin Thuwaini Al Said, His Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil Al Ma'shani, and Mr. Saeed Al Ma'shani for doing the honors of presenting the awards. Thank you so much, Your Highness, for joining us today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our next presenter is Mr. Venkatesh Palakad, Director and Principal Consultant, Rap Consult, a GCC-based HR consulting firm he founded in 2014. With over 33 years of international experience, he has held pivotal HR leadership roles across diverse industries, including oil and gas, FMCG, aviation, and mining. Notably, he served as the Global Chief HR Officer for MB Petroleum Services, overseeing operations across 22 countries. His expertise lies in strategic HR consulting, talent development, and HR technology solutions. Under his leadership, Rap Consult has become synonymous with human capital excellence and innovation in the Middle East. Please welcome Mr. Venkatesh Palakad.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending this very interesting session on reimagining HR in the AI era. Over the last 9 years in this summit, we have been regularly speaking on new trends in HR, key areas where a lot of changes are happening, and it's been a very, very important thought leadership session. And today I thought it'll be good to start the session with something which we spoke in the same conference 5-6 years ago, right? So it's also a reality check on, are we really predicting what's happening, or is it just more of an academic discussion? So I thought we will just rewind to 2019 when we presented in the same session, yeah? And we basically said in one of the sessions that in the next 5 years, there will be a lot of AI in what we do. There will be robotics used in a lot of process automation. There will be machine learning, chatbots, VR, etc. At the time, it was a lot of these terminologies was Latin and Greek for a lot of them, and even for us, it was more of a concept rather than something which was tested and practiced. But now, when you really look back 6 years behind, we can see that a lot of these things which we spoke in 19 has actually happened, yeah? And the COVID in 20 and 21 really ensured that these things were fast-tracked with lots of organizations. So in today's session, we are going to see on how practically is AI being used in HR, and how it can be used in HR, and how it is a myth that AI is very difficult, expensive, every company can't afford it. These are all myths, and we will see how we demystify it by saying that it's all available, okay? Now, the first thing is, as I said, we will look at a journey of how HR has been over the last 10 years. Manual paper-based, and then we saw large systems like Oracle, SAP, ERP systems, and then came the cloud-based systems, and then currently we are talking about chatbots and cloud-based software as a service solutions, etc. And we are moving towards generative AI and fully driven immersive HR systems which are completely intelligent, etc. And I am again saying that the next 5 years is going to witness a huge, massive change in terms of adoption of AI in all walks of life, in all areas, and especially HR. Yeah. And again, I wish in 2030, inshallah, if I'm around and we continue to be associated with this thing, we'll look back and see how much of what we say actually happened, right? Again, as I said, you don't have to really look for an AI solution. If you really see our day-to-day lives, right? AI is already embedded in what we are doing. One very important thing, I don't know how many of you know. How many of you know Viva? How many of you know Viva? What is Viva? Viva is a health drink, primarily popular in India, that apart. Do you know, Viva is a insight, AI-based insight, which is available to all of us through your Microsoft Outlook. Because email is one area where we all spend a lot of time. And email also gives the Outlook a lot of insights into your work habits, the way you interact with things, etc. So it gains a lot of intelligence. So if you use Microsoft Outlook, the MS360, right, you can enable this feature, right? I think there's a small cost, but it's a very small cost. There are a lot of organizations in Oman. In fact, one organization where we very closely worked with, the OQ group, has enabled this, and they have encouraged people to use Viva to give them insights on their email habits, right? So Viva basically gives you information on how much of focus time you have on your work, how much time are you spending on meetings, is there work-life balance for you, or are you constantly looking at your mails in the night, answering to mails, are you attending? So it tracks a lot of data for you, because email is one, work email is one where we all regularly interact, and it gives you very candid insights to say how your work-life balance is, what's happening, how much of time is being spent, etc. Another very interesting integration which is happening is with Microsoft acquiring LinkedIn. They have integrated Outlook and LinkedIn, right? So in the next 2 or 3 years, you will also be able to get a lot of insights on talent. Talent information of employees, which could be available through the Outlook interface for organizations. So that's something which they've slowly started doing. If you see your Outlook, if you're sending an email to somebody, you would see that their LinkedIn information is popping up. So already a base level integration has started, but I foresee a lot of work happening in that, and your email itself is going to be a great AI assistant to you as you go forward. The other one is, if you use Teams, Zoom, etc., you've already seen that you have an AI note taker, you have an AI agenda preparer, a lot of these action item meeting highlights, a lot of these things can be automated now. So you can basically manage meetings, create a central repository of meetings, prepare action items, follow-up reminders. All this is possible through these virtual meeting tools. Zoom, Teams, all of them have it. Again, AI is playing a very major role in it without really us knowing about it. The other one is, of course, if chat-based agent, you have a lot of AI agents which we all speak about. Everybody says an AI agent is coming, etc. Nowadays, I think in the next 2 years, you will be able to configure your own AI agent based on whatever work you're doing, and then connect it to your Chrome extension as a Chrome extension. So any work you do, any website you search, the AI agent will do its job in the background. So this is also a technology which is going to be very easily reachable to all of us and can be very easily used. The last one is, of course, ChatGPT, which all of us, or similar platforms, which all of us use, which basically is now bringing in a major change in terms of how regular routine work processes are automated, which is generative AI. So generative AI is something which is a AI-based system which generates human-like text, answers queries, drafts documents, creates content. A great example is ChatGPT. You also have Copilot, Gemini, etc. So this is a very easily accessible tool, inexpensive tool, which is going to be made available to a lot of us. So in the HR, automating JD creations, translating from English to Arabic, which we all struggle in our day-to-day lives, can be very easily done. Drafting HR policies, you want to very quickly draft an HR policy, you can use one of these generative AI tools, and I can tell you that it does a pretty good job as a first draft, right? And also a lot of automation of emails, a lot of automation of, you want to announce something, you give the points, etc. The only thing which staff need to be trained is on the prompts you use, because finally AI gives you feedback based on what you tell them to do, right? So the skill of writing nice, good, intelligent prompts is something which need to be developed as a competency, right? Now, there is also tools like, HR specified tools like Lena AI today, which is available, which acts as a complete automation of your chatbots. So your entire HR services could be completely automated for all kinds of services what you need with tools like Lena AI, which is very easily available at a very small cost. So this is one thing which is really going to pick up. I also thought I will give you a very quick thing on what can you do with ChatGPT, right? Or similar. When I say ChatGPT, I'm talking about similar, solutions on what can you do, right? One is, as I said, you can automate. Again, organizations or HR departments using an agent can customize the use of ChatGPT so that it's regularized and it's formalized in organizations. Otherwise, everybody using ChatGPT could become a challenge. So as organizations, I think it's time that we all look at policies of putting in place an AI agent and also putting in policies on for what you can use it in an official setup. In our organization, we have institutionalized using these tools, and we allow employees to use it for their day-to-day work. In consulting, there's a lot of draft preparation, data conversion, preparation of PPTs. So we use generative AI extensively, and I can see how tremendously productivity has improved, and my team is able to focus really on the key aspects of data analysis, presentations, etc., rather than churning the wheel and creating an Excel into a PPT and stuff like that. So from an HR operations point of view, automating employee queries, drafting HR documents, assisting in the recruitment is another great area where this AI tools can really do a great job, because the minute you put a JD and say that, okay, this is my JD and these are my 6-7 candidates and these are their standard CVs, and say that I compare the CVs to the JD with weightages like, whatever weightage you want to give for factors. In seconds, it gives you a beautiful comparison, right? And again, this is all data-based, right? If you are also looking at the CV, you do the same thing. But that does it in a much more structured fashion and gives you a very official document which could be done. And we have seen in our own experience, because we also have a recruitment practice, where a lot of this is almost 85-90% right, because finally we are looking at paper. Even if you are looking at paper, you would do the same thing. Again, the most important thing is how do you put the prompt, okay? What do you put as a condition to do the shortlist? This is where, again, we need to train people. The other one is on training and development initiatives. There's a lot of work happening. I'll talk about it in detail in terms of merging skills and job roles together, and how AI can be used in kind of marrying these two things together, and also demystifying a lot on working with competency frameworks and things like that is also something which is going to become easier, less cost effective with the use of generative AI. So that's a general example of how we could use generative AI. The other technology which is getting popular is machine learning. Again, machine learning is training a machine to understand data patterns and then training the machine to make predictions and decisions, routine decisions, right, based on fixed data patterns. So again, this could be a use case in HR would be prediction of retention rates, talent pool analysis. Companies who follow succession planning strategies could do talent pool analysis, skill forecasting based on data, manpower planning based on data, etc. are things which could be used. Also, nowadays, a lot of interviews, the preliminary interviews in organizations are done by machines. In fact, my daughter attended an interview 2 days back, and it was a voice-activated chat, a bot which did her interview. She said first time in her life she sat through an interview which was fully done by a machine, and she said she was very impressed. She said the machine was intuitive enough to understand what she was saying. It was picking up things which she was answering and then building questions on that. So it was very intuitive, right? So this is going to happen. So just imagine when you're doing very large hiring of workforces, if you want to say that from the time you advertise a job, you shortlist candidates, and you do the preliminary shortlist by asking 8 or 10 standard questions, and then based on weightage you give to the kind of answers, coming up with a 20 people shortlist, etc., is going to be a very easy process putting these bots in action. And in the back end is what we would see is the machine learning. The machine intelligently learns this the more and more you do it with the system, right? So that is something which is again going to gain a lot of popularity. I'm sure that in areas of AI-driven assessment tools, tutoring and feedback to candidates, skill gap analysis, even goal setting and alignment, the KPI setting process in an organization, the machine learning which works behind a lot of AI systems is going to tremendously change the way we work. Okay. The other very interesting, one of my most popular AI technologies is RPA, robotic process automation. Again, using machine learning, using a lot of other techniques, you completely automate something which a human sits and does, right? Because in organizations, there are certain people who pick up data from, data A, data B, data C, data D, put them together, do a standard analysis, and based on that analysis, you take a decision, right? So this entire thing could be automated. For example, your entire payroll could be run by an agent, a payroll agent in the near future. You don't need manual intervention because payroll activities are all predictive activities, right? Mostly predictive activities, right? So you can always put an exception and say that this could be escalated to a human, but 99.9% of the tasks can be done by an AI agent, right? Just imagine in companies with 6,000, 7,000, 10,000 people working, if an AI agent using an RPA fully runs your payroll process, including the final bank letter which goes to different companies for disbursement of salaries. It's a huge saving in terms of cost and also bringing efficiency. You may run your 10,000 people payroll in 15 minutes, okay? And this is something which I'm seeing it happen. And also a lot of your routine documentation for labor clearances, your visas, preparation of letters, and putting it into the ministry system. All this can be, and mind you, an RPA can also access your ROP portal, your some other portal, and I'm sure very soon you're going to get API integrations for doing these services with government portals also, so that you can also feed in data, and probably you may have, somebody will have to quickly check once and do a manual authorization, right? So this is going to happen, right? So a lot of compliance data, feeding in data into government systems. Insurance is greatly adopting this in terms of even issuing offers for policies, because a lot of back-end work can be done by RPA, right? RPA process. So this is also a great technology. I very strongly encourage people to kind of look at this and see how much of this could be implemented. There are tools like Blue Prism and UiPath, which is available today, which allows you to very easily implement RPA as an organization. The other technology which is getting popular is computer vision, which is basically, in simple terms, creating a camera or a visual medium intelligent, right? So what if cameras can think, right? In simple words, that's what computer vision is. So wherever you have a visual interface, could be, you can also build in intelligence behind that. So use cases in HR, monitoring for HSE compliances in organizations, okay? If the security camera which monitors, employees is also intelligent enough to find HSE violations. Somebody is not wearing a safety boot, somebody is not wearing a helmet, somebody is smoking, right? If it picks it up and then immediately alerts the HSE guy and also put in a note in the HR guy's file to say that this guy did this violation. Isn't it great? Yeah, and this technology is available, right? So a lot of this, and also, so this is one use case. The other use case is in recruitments. In addition to psychometric assessments, etc., they've also brought in watching body language. Okay, a lot of, because what would a very specialized recruiter do is to also look at the non-verbal expressions of candidates and pick up a lot of information from that. And that's what I do. I have been interviewing for the last 35 years because that's my contribution when I sit in an interview panel. Now, the same thing is taught to a camera, and when somebody sits before the camera and does an interview, the camera is able to pick up these nonverbal cues and make inferences out of it. And it only strengthens your decisions in terms of recruitment by adding more information to your psychometrics or your other analysis, what you do. And all this is now again powered by computer vision, right? Again, use cases, as I said, working on onboarding, looking at compliance monitoring, attendance monitoring via facial recognition, which is anyway happening, and stuff like that. Okay. So the other one is conversational AI, where you can use these. Again, these are bots for doing work which goes in certain kind of sequence, right? So you can set up a bot for answering queries to your employees. You can teach the bot every possible options in your HR policy, HR manual, and then make the bot answer these questions. And again, these are not very expensive propositions. With a little bit of customization, a little bit of API integrations, you can make it available in your intranet, you can make it available in your mobile apps or any kind of interface what you have in your organizations. So you can say that all my leave applications, all my queries, all my HR related interactions can be done by a bot. Okay. Also, the advantage is if you want your bot to answer certain queries in Arabic, it's possible now. It's improving. The Arabic was not the best, but we can see that the quality of Arabic translations available is also tremendously improving, and you get fairly acceptable Arabic queries, Arabic replies, etc., coming out of bots. So this is one. The other one is, again, when you're scheduling interviews nowadays, there are WhatsApp integrations available. So you have to schedule interviews for, say, 25 people. You put the bot into operation to say that quickly WhatsApp all the 20 people, look at the schedules, look at the interviewer schedule, see who's available, who's not available, and quickly fix an interview schedule. So a lot is manual, right? I'm not available, I'm available at 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock. All this is immediately processed by the bot, and it's able to prepare interview schedules very efficiently within very limited time. Again, these are fantastic use cases which can be put into place by using very simple, AI tools in organizations. A very, very good, very advanced tool in terms of conversational AI, which is strongly embedded, is Eightfold AI, a very strong recruitment, talent acquisition tool, talent development tool. Check about it. They have done some phenomenal work in terms of putting AI in place. The other one is in the back end. There is a lot of AI-powered talent intelligence collection which is happening in a lot of platforms. So platforms we represent in Oman called as Cornerstone. There's a lot of other platforms which works in the background. So for example, you can very easily connect your performance data to your KPI data, to your learning data, to your succession data, and make inferences out of it. So it's able to collect the big dots, the dots, connect the dots, and make some sense out of data available, right? And this is now possible, very much possible with talent intelligence and ability for very disparate systems to connect in the backend. So you may maintain some data in Excel, you may have something in your Oracle ERP, you may have a cloud-based solution doing something else, or you may have some data, just available. So you're able to connect all this and make sense out of it. As I very clearly said, how do I connect my performance data and say that because of this performance areas, you need to improve in certain areas in terms of learning, and how do I improve it, and vice versa, right? So there are lots of data which can be used in HR decisions by putting AI in place, and AI-powered talent intelligence is also something nowadays is coming built in within a lot of new generation HR systems. You could also buy it and plug it into your existing HR system. If you will take time to implement a new one, it's available nowadays. You can connect disparate data and take decisions. So this is on talent intelligence. The other one is another very interesting aspect of AI, which is AI is now also able to observe your emotions in an organization as an employee using various means. So it can analyze sentiments, it can observe sentiments, and then make inferences out of it. So for example, many of us know engagement surveys, right? So engagement surveys is nothing but a sentiment analysis. What am I thinking about the organization? What are my feelings on the, etc. And many organizations also do dipstick surveys. Dipstick is like something what we do, quick information on what's happening on a day-to-day basis. Are you happy today? Are you not happy today? Many organizations put this in their internal portals and collect information. Now, AI tools can very quickly analyze this sentiment, okay, by collecting data. You could also say that collect data using varied means, so they collect data and then say that, hey, this department doesn't seem to be very happy. There is something happening with this department. So they could give you very, very specific, very geographical insights on employees, data, managers, etc., using techniques which can be put in place. A lot of tools today use the sentiment analysis using emotion AI, and then based on that, they take decisions. So the question is AI a friend or a foe? I normally say that it's inevitable, it's going to happen, it's definitely going to happen. So how do we ensure that we do it in the right way? One is, we call it as the HEART framework for implementation of AI. One is humanize what matters most. So preserving empathy, trust, and connection, people-to-people connection is very core in an organization, and that should not be compromised, okay? So that's the H. And then we must eliminate routine, busy work. So freeing our people from repetitive tasks and enabling them to focus on on tasks which are of strategic importance is another great shift which AI will allow you to do, okay? Third is amplifying capabilities. Right? You may have a limited capability, but you can use AI and amplify your capabilities, and AI can be used for, I can probably work at 130% of my efficiency, my original efficiency, if I smartly use an AI tool. And that is what we should, in a very systematic manner, try and implement in organizations so that it results in amplifying efficiencies of people, right? And the other one is redefining. So the other principle in HEART is redefine roles, don't replace them, right? So you can always redefine what somebody is doing and say that you will be doing this plus this plus this with the use of an AI tool instead of saying, sorry, you're not required anymore. And the last one is the way, transform interactions, right? So creating personalized, meaningful experiences for employees at every stage of the journey is something which is very important. So whenever you do AI implementations in organizations, it's good to keep this HEART framework in mind so that we always ensure that we don't lose that human touch in what we are doing. So just to end my discussion, in my speech, I would say that AI is not a destination. It's a catalyst that helps HR reimagine its role in building more human-centric organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Venkatesh. I would like to remind our attendees that Ms. Rola Saba Mohanna, Executive and Leadership Coach, will be conducting an interactive workshop on fostering workplace mental well-being after lunch. Please stay for the very interesting workshop. Now I would like to invite on stage Dr. Manish Damija. He is a strategic leader and a senior banking professional with 3 decades of experience spanning GCC, Africa, and South Asia. With a forward-thinking mindset, he has successfully built and led large businesses across diverse geographies, driving growth, transformation, and innovation. A thought leader and author of multiple publications, Dr. Damija is a strong advocate of para-academic philosophy, which blends real-world practice with academic insights to drive meaningful impact in leadership and professional development. Please welcome Dr. Manish Damija.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for your time. We had actually, before this session, I think the panel discussion was a wonderful platform where I can actually like to build upon. And Mayank led a fantastic questions with the wonderful panel members we had. Now, just to recall the few buzzwords they mentioned. They talked about, you heard about hydrogen, Oman Green, the growth story. We heard about geopolitical issues. We also heard about greenwashing. We heard about ESG disclosures and the challenges are actually looking forward on the sustainability approach and the cost factor also. Let me use all these things in my session. I was not aware that this will be a panel discussion with these topics, but incidentally it folds in beautifully into the points where I just wanted to highlight. And I like to keep some time so that we can have a discussion if there are points available or concerns or questions you have. We discussed in the panel that today the regulations on ESGs are improving, getting strengthened. Plus, the geopolitical factors, what we saw, what is happening in US, is creating a ripple effect on the way the country should work, and it's creating political and economic repercussions. And in next 15 minutes, I'd like to see what should a business leader do to actually handle those uncertainties and variabilities. Just linking in what we discussed in the panel, we saw for a CEO, there is a change which has happened from focusing on business, which is the shareholder theory, which is basically says purpose of the business is to make profit for shareholders. That transformation has moved to stakeholder theory, which says the purpose of the company is to create societal value, and hence it is not limited to only creating profits. It is going to create the overall value for your customers, for regulators, for your shareholders, for your employees, and for society as a wider part. New regulations come up. All countries have adopted it. We actually heard about in the panel again that Oman has given its 2050 vision to be net zero. We saw most of the countries have done it. If I look at it, maybe Saudi has done it, UAE has done it. India, my home country, has announced net zero by 2070. Every country has worked towards the path to create this. Now with that, you have seen companies also do that. If you look at the MSX website, while Oman has just taken initial steps on those disclosures, this is the first quarter where we see actually ESG disclosures coming in, which I presume over time will get strengthened. But globally, if I look at it, there are strong European disclosures, GRI disclosures, and many other IFRS S1, S2 disclosures coming in, which is creating a lot of requirements of the companies to put efforts to disclose. Now, what happened? When all these disclosures came in, were the companies prepared? And I think this is a point one of the eminent panelists also mentioned about. Some companies were prepared. They were able to actually talk in detail, give actual data. But some companies actually put a cosmetic layer to that, which was the term referred in the panel as greenwashing. It's basically you are overstating your sustainability progress or ESG progress as compared to the real progress you have made. You are, in a way, misleading in your representations by making statements where the back-end work is not in line with what you are communicating, which is a term called overstating your sustainability footprint, which is greenwashing. Now, when this greenwashing happened, and as I said, Iman has just started, and one of the panelists used this point of greenwashing may happen. But globally, these regulatory reportings have come in many years earlier. And we have seen many companies getting penalized for greenwashing because of the strict regulations. Entities like Goldman Sachs, large financial player. We saw DWS, a large German player. We saw even companies like Walmart when they actually put saying that this product is eco-friendly. So we have seen many of those companies, large companies, are actually being penalized for greenwashing, and they have actually taken steps, which we'll build up on this. How do they prevent greenwashing and correct their measures coming in? But this fear of regulations is there to say, am I on the right side of reporting, or I am going towards on the greenwashing? Now, as the regulations picked up, we saw one aspect is greenwashing. Now, the other aspect is, we all heard about, somebody mentioned in the panel about what US has done maybe. First, what US did was actually exited the Paris Protocol. And Paris Protocol is nothing but which actually defined commitment of all the nations. How will they reduce their carbon footprint, which is a reduction of their greenhouse gases. US has withdrawn from that. And the largest economy in the world withdrawing from this can have repercussions on the world trying to meet its commitment. And that is where one of the panelists was saying about timelines of hydrogen production, of the support what US is giving and what we are doing. Now, in this thing coming in, there is also, you would have heard of a concept called anti-woke. Now, there is and we will discuss that in the next slide, but there is also a pressure which is coming on the companies to support fossil fuel in US as compared to only going for renewable, which will be detrimental to the approach of GHG reductions. Now, this becomes actually very challenging for the business leaders. You want to follow the regulations, or you follow but do not meet the parameter, make an error of greenwashing, or you follow completely, but then you have pressure coming in to retract and support non-green areas also. And this is what we will discuss about the uncertainties getting created right now. One of the panelists talked about in UK. Now, UK, for example, earlier had announced that they will actually ban IC cars, which is fuel cars, by 2030. But looking at the economic pressures which are there, they have deferred to 2035 because they don't see infrastructure being ready by 2035. British Petroleum, large fossil player, today is under pressure by shareholders to improve the profitability. Now, to improve the profitability, what they have done? They have actually said, I will invest more for gas and oil production and put less capital on the green power which I was investing. Same thing, Shell has made some statements about changing their carbon emission plan for 2030-35. Now, are we saying this is a reversal? Please, I'm not saying these are reversals. And I actually personally went through the websites and the sustainability statements for most of the companies I'm talking about. They stand committed. But they are actually taking tactical steps in line with the economic and political pressure. And one of the terms which I would like to say is actually green hushing. Many companies are actually still committed to what they are saying. On their commitments in their plan, but they are actually not talking much about it. The reason is, and when is the word hush, being quiet, they are afraid that they can be actually scrutinized for the carbon commitments what they had given, which are unmet, or they are accused of greenwashing by some measures of regulations, because regulations are getting intensifying, or they can be caught into the political or economic pressures which are building up as the overall changes are happening in the society. So we discussed about greenwashing, which is giving an overstatement on the commitment, which is over promoting than what you have done. And globally now we are seeing, it's still new for Oman, but globally we have seen a new concept called green hushing, where companies are doing, but they are not talking because of the fear. Now the interesting part comes in, how do the business leader then manage this? There was an article which actually mentioned that more than half of the S&P 500 companies to some extent are potentially engaged in green hushing. Now there is no science to actually calculate it. This was done by some consultants out there. So I'm not advocating that. But I think the CEOs, business leaders will have to look at it while sustainability parameters are there. Laws are evolving. Political economic landscape is changing. You have actually one end of the fulcrum which is greenwashing. You have another which threatens to be called as green hushing. And business leaders have to manage a balance between profitability and sustainability. And they have to ensure they drive corporate strategies which are aligned with the political and economic landscape of the regions they are working on. Now, these are we talked about. Now let's look at what is happening really in terms of what the famous, we talked about the two books I just picked up. There are many of the books which have come in. Now, if I look at the book which says Grow the Pie, is basically the book, he's a professor at London Business School. He basically says, it is not about either or, that you cannot choose between profit and sustainability. And he gives wonderful examples in this book by saying that companies, successful companies are driven by purpose. And if you are able to embed purpose into practice, you are able to talk louder than words on your mission statement. It's a lovely book which gives you a lot of examples. And I think if I look at the recent ones, I would suggest 2024 shareholder letter of Andy Jassy, the CEO of Amazon, is a wonderful example of how companies can actually embed the overall strategy into practice by looking at societal benefit. The other book, Woke, you would have heard of Vivek Ramaswamy, the gentleman who actually stood up for US presidency but lost. He was also a member of Dodge along with Mr. Elon Musk. Woke as a principle started with awareness of social injustice, which is your injustice about your gender, about your race, or about equality. And in this book, he actually advocates an anti-woke approach. An anti-woke is basically saying that if you drive without putting any thought, equality, gender and all that, it actually leads to a lot of creating false mirage, but may not be good for American capitalism. It is only good for political correctness. So we have two sides of the fulcrum where two successful people are giving a perspective. Why I'm giving this is that we saw two lenses of ESG, greenwashing, greenhushing. And this debate is going to only accentuate by is it good, bad. There's a discussion in the panel, is it a cost? And we'll come to that. Anything new which happens will always get debated. Now, if I extend this to academic discussions by top authors working in Ivy schools, they analyze the companies out there. If I look at is earning quality associated with corporate social responsibility, the authors did a fantastic analysis by saying the companies which are actually high on ESG or high on sustainability, do they have actually fair, transparent, and responsible financials? And they actually concluded that the companies which have high CSR, high ESG, they are able to actually have more ethical statement, and you found very limited instances of any financial misrepresentation. So it works. Now, if I look at do sustainability matter, here the author said, if I have a high ESG tag, how does it work? And they actually realized the companies which had high ESG tag actually attracted more money from institutional investors. And which is where was the point was, if you're greenwashing and saying I am high ESG but you're not, you are able to get a lot of money from institutional investors. They proved it by saying that the people are actually looking at the tag, and if you have a tag, you get welcomed. Other way to look at it is, yes, ESG creates value, which is where people were looking at. Now, if I look at this side, inside the ESG rating, while Oman does not have an ESG rating, because ESG reporting has just started, and I'll just touch on that. But they found the correlation in this is very, very low, and ratings do not communicate much, and you cannot track it from a performance perspective. The last one, a very famous author in US, he basically talks about and says, while it sounds good, but actually financials is not good. To answer the point is, does it create value? They could find not much examples of creating value. Now, but in reality, what is happening? So we discussed about academic, we discussed about books, we discussed about greenwashing, hushing. In reality, if you look at it, this is where the corporates, they understand the dichotomy they have, but they realize that story has to continue. That the pace of change may be slower, but the pace will be positive. And that's the reason we saw that the companies overall have raised, and companies or governments overall have raised more than $1 trillion of sustainable bonds in last 2024, which is around 6-7% higher than in 2023. It's a positive story, which needs to be built upon if we need to derive actually overall sustainable aims. This is a snapshot of the Oman sustainable journey. This year is the first time MSX has asked all listed companies actually to disclose in 2023 in Q1. Central Bank actually came with a circular in October last year asking banks to be prepared for ESG and recognize carbon risk and integrate them in their governance and evaluation process. But they will follow a process which will continue up to 27. So there is no immediate timeline, but it's more of awareness right now. This is how this is extract from Oman's Sustainable Financial Plan. how Oman will be reducing the overall GHG emissions from the 5 identified sectors. And we are talking about, and I must compliment the very granular approach, what you see in the plan, across environmental sustainability and governance on the number of plans available to reduce the overall GHG emissions. Now, I also actually personally did a research on trying to understand in my dissertation, what do companies actually look for, and they were looking at it, and which will sum up the discussions we had. This was done from 100 CEOs, CFOs of large Indian companies. And if you see, what was the motivation which were driving the disclosures? Of course, regulatory requirements were there, but it also said to position better than competition and improve reputation, and to access cheaper funds. Now you look at it, as you follow those regulations, while they're onerous on you, they also make you become more responsible, they also make you become more beautiful, and they also help you potentially raise more liquidity. And we saw that in the academic articles also. Now, these are the motivations, but reality, when I asked the questions to CFO in my discussions, while this was their expectation, but in reality, they actually saw the benefits on their reputation. They actually also, and I think I would like to highlight, they saw new opportunities coming up. Now, you look at it, as Oman created plan for 2050, hydrogen became a new plan, and that led to end-use opportunities coming up, which is going to create more than $50 billion of investments coming in the country, 50 billion riyals of investment coming in the country. So, while the pace may slow down, but it is here to stay. And in these changes then, what should actually business leaders plan? I would just say 4 things. Stay core to your core. What is your long-term business plan? Stick to that and focus on material ESG issues. And ESG issues can be easily identified by looking at the sector you are in, the geography you are working in, and try to look at what can be the easy wins for you if you are able to manage those issues. Engage with your stakeholders, not only shareholders. Listen to their concerns, factor their feedback, such a way you are able to create a path for managing, navigating this change of sustainable factors, and make this as a practice, link this model to the purpose, what you want to benefit society. Transparent reporting. Now, one is reporting, but one is actually reporting based on the data you have, and picking up what Venkatesh mentioned about AI can help you, data can help you. We have a lot of data available. How you can actually put data into use and communicate that. But as you do that, it will also have concerns. As a business leader, you should be able to identify what are the concerns when you have in reporting, such a way you're able to create those assumptions. And that transparent reporting builds trust. It actually helps you sustain for a longer time. And last, every successful business leader needs to stay grounded. How do you look at what's happening? Changes are happening, new regulations coming up, regulations getting diluted, new social political factors coming in, and with the different geographical mix we have, demographic mix we have, more factors can get added to our material ESG issues. More important, stay focused on the model, on the value you create, on the purpose you have, and on the issues you have identified. And be resiliently able to handle that. I'll just end by saying, borrowing it from Alan Atkinson, sustainability is actually a state which is will continue indefinitely. And the focus is how you are able to continue without exhausting your resources. So it's a journey, and I can tell you, while there will be a noise, but journey is moving forward, and we have actually options. Either we be a part of it, or we see it from behind and clap it, but the ball is going to roll on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manish, for your wonderful presentation. Before we move forward to the next panel discussion, we would like to watch a short video about ZB Media, our partner, media partner from Zanzibar.
Zanzibar is rising, a thriving economy, rich in investment opportunities and an evolving business landscape. But where can you get the insights that matter? Welcome to ZB Magazine, the premier business and economic publication that drives Zanzibar's future. From industry insights to investment opportunities, we connect entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers that drive Zanzibar's future. Your voice matters. Publish with us through features, advertorials, and thoughtful leadership articles. Let's tell Zanzibar's success story together. Follow us, read, engage, be a part of the conversation. ZB Magazine, the future of Zanzibar's business and economy in your hands.
Now I would like to request Mr. Venkatesh Palakkad back on stage to conduct the second panel discussion on developing and nurturing internal talent.
Good afternoon all. I know we are terribly running behind schedule. We will try and keep this panel discussion very engaging, interesting, and a good amount of knowledge sharing. We have some wonderful panel members with us. So without further ado, let me call upon the panel members. Firstly, to start with, Ms. Atia, who's the head of HR of the Far Insurance Company, acting head of HR, a forward-thinking professional with 13 plus years of experience. She comes with an electrical engineering degree and a CIPD level 5, NIBOS certifications and several other degrees. She is known for her ability to work with data. Ladies and gentlemen, happy to welcome Ms. Atia on the panel. The next to come is a very accomplished personnel, Hamza Al-Lawati. He's an accomplished Omani leader, currently with Infoline as its HR director. He has done several stints with ENY, OQ, Dukum Refinery, and MDO. He holds a master's degree in entrepreneurship from University of Leeds and several other certifications. He's also an academician, and he's a visiting professor and lecturer in Sultan Qaboos University. Happy to welcome Hamza on the panel. Moving on, I would like to invite a very senior, a very accomplished learning and development leader, Mr. Ritesh Arora, from Head of Human Capital Development from Bank Muscat. He has come to Oman a year ago, but has very long experience in people development in the region, 24 years of experience across banking. He has led several transformative initiatives linked to Vision 2040. He was with Mashuk Bank in UAE before. He's also a certified internal auditor and is known for embedding AI-driven ecosystems for building future pipelines. It will be very, very interesting to listen to Ritesh today. And finally, we have the bubbling, energetic Visal Al-Rashdi. We heard her present a graduate program. I'm so happy to have her in the panel. with 11 years of experience. She currently leads UJA across Muscat, Oman and Egypt. She holds a bachelor's degree in HR from Scotland, and she also is a passionate advocate for community development. You heard about her. So very, very happy to have this panel. So while we are talking questions, I'll also give you some homework to do. Please, can I have this on the screen? So I have put a QR code. As I ask questions with the panel members, please put your views on what I've asked. So go ahead and look at your question, and please put your answers. So scan the QR code and put your answers while we just start the discussion. Thank you, panel members, for coming and gracing. We, as I mentioned, I think our idea is to give as much value of the time, so let's kind of get going. My first question to all panel members, and I will start with Vishal, is a quick few lines on one biggest challenge you face in developing internal talent. A very quick 1 or 2 lines. One biggest challenge.
First of all, thank you for having me here. It's an honor to share the stage with some of the most esteemed fellow HR members with me here today. I would say the biggest challenge we face in talent development is mainly attracting very good experienced calibers in sales in particular, which is why we started the WUJHA Graduate Program Initiative to develop talents. But as you know, our working population is mainly very young. So they require a lot of mentoring, a lot of support for that to mature. So it will take a few years for us to see our Omani talents being very well experienced within the sales domain in real estate.
Lovely. Yeah. So yeah, attracting high talent to work in sales is a great challenge. Yeah. Pritesh?
Yeah, I think lack of skills intelligence, hampering allocation of limited resources to right upskilling initiatives. According to a Gartner research, only 8% of organizations worldwide have a view of what their skills portfolio is in the workforce. So that also leads to other challenges within HR, but that's the core, that's the biggest challenge.
Yeah. Great point. Yeah. Hamza?
Thank you for having me here. I think the challenge that we will be facing in the future is with regards to Gen Z and Gen Alpha, because many researchers by Gallup and other institutes mentioned that the turnover will be high. And it is expected that a Gen Alpha person changes between 12 to 15 jobs within 20 years of tenure.
Oh, great. True. So working with this generation people is a challenge. Atiya?
Thank you, Venkatesh. So I will speak in particularly about insurance sector. So locally we do not have qualification framework available where the education scheme is there for the young Omani talent. That is one. Second is when it comes to underwriting high risk businesses, in particularly insurance, we do not have local talent available, and the other insurance companies are very few. So we develop our own internal talent. That's make succession plan more challenging.
Good, great views. The audience feel the most important where Omani companies need to improve is to identifying hypo employees early. Yeah, very, very true. I think 45% of you all feel that's the most important. 27% offering relevant skills, coaching and mentoring, and career pathway. So I think identifying high potential employees early is the name of the game, and thank you for that feedback. So next question is to Vishal. Can you share a specific example of how your organization has successfully identified and developed hypo Omani employees? So again, identification of hypo Omani employees is once you observe that they're good and they have high potential. So share with us an example of how you have done this in an organization?
Okay, so what we do is when we attract specifically Omani talent, we focus on attracting talents within all our functions. In Wuja, we don't only focus on sales, we have different interchangeable functions. So we have functions such as leasing, facility management, customer care. These skills can be interchangeable. When we first absorb young Omanis or graduates, we try to identify these skills early on. We do what we call our performance appraisal KPIs, which are very initial and within the initial stages of joining. And we observe them over a period of a few months along with their line manager. We look at recommendations. So if we feel that at first they join a function where that might not be the best fit for them, we would be able to shuffle them around into a function that would be able to absorb them better, or vice versa. Sometimes their skills are actually they're more skilled in some technical parts that we wouldn't expect them to be good at.
Sure.
And so what we would do is we would then shuffle them into a part or role where we feel they'll be able to give more for the company and develop within their career as well. Because with a lot of young Omanis, they are, yes, shuffling jobs quite a lot, but they are interested in career growth.
Sure.
So if you show them potential for career growth, they're likely to stay longer with you.
Yeah, helping them find the niche. Atia, what's your experience and how do you do that? Yeah.
It is basically talent development initiatives, what we have taken within the company. And first of all, it is developing the existing workforce who are in the company, because we are from 1989. So we have people who are more than 20 years of experience.
Sure.
How to develop them and how to make them basically happy at the workplace and motivated enough. Second is we have identified the potential talent through competency assessment, definitely performance appraisal and CAR metrics. So out of that, whoever are the most potential candidates, we have put them on a personal development plan. So whatever the gaps in the competency and CR metrics, we are following up on quarterly basis. And for that particular purpose, I would like to thank our board members, our management team, that it is fully supported by them in terms of cost, in terms of motivating them and providing them further growth opportunities within the within company and within inter-department as well.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Again, for your all information, the CAR matrix which Atia mentioned is capacity, achievement, and relationship. This is used in general potential assessment. So great to know that the Far Insurance is using it. Good luck and very good. The next question is for yourself, Ritesh. I know that Bank Muscat, being a leading bank, invests a lot in people development, and we wanted to understand how have you aligned your internal development strategy with Oman Vision 2040? Because Oman Vision 2040, out of the 4 important pillars, 2 pillars really speak about people development and development of competence in organizations. So it'll be interesting to see how has Bank Muscat aligned your internal development strategies with Oman Vision 2040.
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge emphasis on building a dynamic and vibrant private sector in Oman Vision 2040. In line with that, how we are doing it currently is we are investing a lot in education and future skill development. We run very substantial scholarship, internship programs to develop local talent, both within the organization and in the wider community. There is a lot of participation in public sector initiatives for skill development of talented Omanis. There is a lot of emphasis on skill-based development to prepare an agile and future-ready workforce through centers of excellence, through role-based curricula development, industry-specific curricula development, and building and running a very robust innovation lab to foster entrepreneurial and innovation skills within the workforce. So these are broadly some of the things that we do to align the talent development initiatives with Oman Vision 2040.
Oman Vision 2040, according to me, is a very great document which organizations can use to align internal development and get inspiration from. I'm greatly inspired, and it's a great document to kind of work on. The next question is to Hamza. So what learning and development interventions have yielded the most measurable business impact in your organization for the last 2 years?
Okay, so to answer this question, maybe it's good to give a brief about what Infoline does. So Infoline is a business process outsourcing company whereby the interlinkage between the operations, the HR, and the finance and the commercial is very huge. When we say business process outsourcing, we talk about more than 1,000 employees across different projects, and we have a management team or a corporate team that supports all these projects. Now, the company has recently transformed in terms of the structure, in terms of branding as well, whereby we have moved from a product-based structure to a functional-based structure. Now, shifting from this can create discrepancies between the different functions because the way of working has been changed. So in order to overcome this challenge, last year we took all the corporate staff through a Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt training program. Now, it helped the team work on specific projects and understand the interdependencies between them. Majority of them got certified, which is good for them to put in their CVs as well. More than 95% now of the corporate team is at least Yellow Belt certified. And we did not stop there. We injected these into the departmental KPIs. So this year, each and every department has to work on a particular lean project in order to make sure that the training and the investment yields.
Oh, lovely. Can you describe a mentorship or a coaching, what role has cross-functional project deployment played in talent development within your company? Vishal, this question is for you. I know that, you spoke about people kind of across, but what role has cross-functional project development played? And give us some examples of how have you done it within your organization.
Like I mentioned earlier, there are some departments that we would call interlinked departments or supportive departments. For example, if I go back again to our sales function, we have different operations that support sales today. We have our TFM, which is our facility management. We have our core functions such as our operations team, our leads team that support sales. We've got marketing, we've got customer care. So what we do is we look at the skills that the individuals would have, sometimes either through the graduate program or through new skill developments, and we would deploy them into these cross-functional departments. In fact, to give you a specific example, some of our leasing team today are graduates from the graduate sales program, and they're working lease some of our recent projects and developments, particularly a commercial project that we have with Asiad called City Square. So they're like little community squares across Omani neighborhoods in Muscat, and they're helping with leasing these units within the next few months.
Lovely, lovely. That's a great example of how you can use cross-functional project deployment. So the question asked, I'll keep the question on while we work on the other questions. So I have a question for you, Hamza. Can you describe a mentorship or a coaching initiative which your organization has done to successfully bridge cultural gaps and generational gaps among diverse Omani workforce? I know a lot of young Omani workforce is coming into the country, into work. Last year, I think the first set of the last generation came into workforce. So how have you done it? Just share us some initiatives which you have kind of worked on.
Understand the importance of mentorship. It's important that you experience it. When I started my career back in EY, I wish Alkesh was here. He would have loved to hear this. We had a mentorship program called the Buddy System. So the relationship between you and your mentor even starts before you join the workforce. I remember receiving a call a couple of days before joining the company from my buddy. And guess what? More than a decade down the line, we're still buddies on the professional as well as the personal level. I would also like to focus on some of the initiatives that I led when I was working in the energy sector. So to bridge the gap between the generations, we have created a knowledge sharing scheme whereby we match young Omanis with either expert expats or either expert Omanis from different disciplines. But then we made it kind of structured. So the knowledge sharing has to be based on specific competencies that the employee agrees with the line manager and all. And there is a 3 to 4 months assignment that the trainee has to work on with regular reporting. And that helped because we mapped, for example, people from contracts with legal, so that they understand how legal look at contracts. Or, for example, finance with internal audit. And that yielded a good success in the organization at that time.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Because coaching and mentorship really ensures in terms of people development. In fact, yesterday I was talking to Rola, and she said that training without having a proper coaching and mentor program is not very effective. So organizations need to build this in tandem with each other. Ritesh, I have a question for you. We'll again come to it, let more people answer. I'll let it be on the screen. We all speak about competency frameworks, right? So sometimes it's a bit of a black box, what you do with that, etc. So many times they say, oh, it's written in a book or it's in the files. But when you ask organizations, what have you actually done with that? Very few organizations have really operationalized competency frameworks. So it'll be good to understand from you on how are you operationalizing competency frameworks and using it for people development? And please share an example. So that will make this session interesting.
Sure. I mean, one of the most common things that is done is skills and competencies are used interchangeably. Both are very different. So we need to understand what is it that we are talking about. They are not mutually exclusive. It is just that the skills is ability to perform a task, a very specific task, and competency is how you perform it in a given business context, combining your experience and other knowledge, etc., that you have, and the learned skill, right? So when we talk about competencies, given the business that we are in, we've defined a competency framework, a set of competencies that are common to all jobs. That is how we want to do business. That is primarily used for our leadership development programs. So we have a 4-tiered leadership development program within the organization that is based on the competency framework that we've agreed internally. So that ensures that we are developing consistent behaviors within the organization, and the performance expectations are set across board, right from the entry-level roles up to the most senior-level roles. And this talks to our organizational values and our vision and mission statement. When it comes to skill-based development, again, curating learning pathways which are role-based. So there are certain job roles where there is higher concentration of headcount. Knowing what are the skills required to perform those roles helps us curate learning pathways that help especially new employees onboard very quickly and start contributing to the job that they've been hired for in a shorter period of time. It also allows us to curate what we call as career pathways, where employees know that in my current role, what are the skills that I need to be successful, but everybody aspires to grow professionally. So what will it take for me to grow into the next level in my role? So if you have a well-defined skill taxonomy that allows you to curate learning pathways and career pathways, which also foster internal talent mobility. So these are some of the things that we consciously focus on. I wouldn't say it is all pervasive. It is being done in pockets, but it is a good start.
Yeah, great. Any of you, what about Athia? Why don't you share some examples with the fire insurance?
In insurance sector, competency metrics, as insurance sector, we are the first one to implement competency metrics. So we have built the competency metrics department-wise and position-wise. And there is a scale of competency required as per the position. So what we do, and we are conducting assessment for high potential employees who are identified. So, and we will build a career path and the performance development path based on the result of competency assessment metrics. So from there on, the high potential employees, they have a clear career path where they are heading and what competencies they are required to possess in order to move to a senior position. Now we have five years personal development plan for around 40 people in the company. So there are employees who completed instead of 5 years in 2 years period, and they have got the designation and the position and the responsibility in a very senior leadership role within the organization. So now it depends on employees how they are performing. Plus, as an HR and the management team, we are fully supporting them to make sure that they are on track.
Oh, that's very, very important, because that's what has come in the poll to say that what is one most important enabler for internal talent development, and the overwhelming vote is encouragement. Yeah, unless and until there is encouragement within an organization for employees to develop talent and grow. Encouragement doesn't need to be purely in monetary terms. It can be done in many ways, right? I think a very important factor. Thanks for that feedback, audience. I think encouragement is very, very important, and visible encouragement. Noticeable encouragement it plays a big role and does a major change in terms of internal talent development. Thank you for that. I have this question again. One of you or all of you could choose to answer. We spoke a lot on AI, so I also wanted you all to touch up. To what extent are you using AI in businesses at this point of time? Okay, you can also say no, nothing, or say that okay, whatever. Whatever is realistically, what amount of AI is being used in your own businesses for HR at this point of time? We could start from your. You could.
Oh, this one works now. Thank you. Right, I'll give a very simple example of how we use AI on a daily basis at work. You mentioned a few applications. Obviously, everyone knows ChatGPT, and I'm sure a lot of you, use it for all kinds of things, particularly when you want to have a very stern response to an email. But other than, using that application for that purpose, what I've done is I've approached different levels of management, whether they're in C-level, whether they're in our line managers, and I've showed them how they can even enhance and refine some of their internal communications. So it's not always about external communications. Sometimes focusing on internal communication can make things happen faster, more professionally, and gives them a chance to express themselves in a more concise way. Often you find yourself receiving a lot of emails with not a lot of clear instructions, and B, sometimes the email can go on and on without really getting to the point. So for me, it's about saving time, getting to the point, the managers being able to connect professionally and refining some of their emails that can contain requests or instructions. So that's how we started using AI at work. It's actually shown a lot of improvement in terms of internal communication, particularly, I would say, between the line management and C-level level, because they tend to submit a lot of reports, whether they're monthly, quarterly reports. So we've kind of refined that a little bit internally.
Lovely. Ritesh?
Yeah, so we are piloting a AI sales coach program for a very large sales workforce, where we've procured an enterprise LLM, which we are training on our product policies, customer service standards, and making it available to our sales people to practice their selling skills across levels, which is to make the sales pitch using correct information, which is to prevent mis-selling by understanding customer needs. Then objection handling, which is the next level in sales. And finally, doing service recovery in case a customer is dissatisfied with the product or service that you've sold them earlier. So the initial feedback is very encouraging, but more importantly, it allows us to make the program available to employees on demand, which means they no longer have to huddle into a classroom to undergo a sales training. It's available to them. So tomorrow if I'm meeting a HNI customer and I want to practice my sales pitch, I have an AI sales coach that I can access at my convenience, at my own time, at my own place, and practice my pitch before I actually go and meet the customer. And because it is an AI ML solution, it learns from other participants in the program and provides you more contextual feedback which is relevant to your organization, your products, your policies, etc. So I think that's the future, that's the way forward. And this is a very quick win, a low-hanging fruit that most organizations, I think, can benefit from.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Great initiative. Hamza?
So I'll keep it within HR because the question is within
correct.
HR. Otherwise, we have, as Infoline, we have lots of products related to customer centricity on AI. But within HR, you mentioned in your speech the recruitment system that uses AI to matches between jobs,
Correct.
and vacancies, and also we have that embedded. So we use this recruitment system. The other example that I wanted to give is when I joined the organization, and because we have more than 1,000 employees who are scattered around, we don't have really access to their attendance on a daily basis. So we receive those manually, and it used to be input in our system manually. So this work used to take 3 days mainly. So we kind of developed an RPA tool, a robotics process automation tool, that we get all the inputs from every client, and it automatically generates the report and feeds into the system. So the work of 3 days has gone down to, 15 minutes maybe, or 20 minutes.
Oh, lovely, lovely. Yeah. Atya?
Yeah, so mainly it is in communication. So we are using chatbots to make the communication easy. Second is while performance management, because previously we used to, as an HR, we need to verify the numbers and the reports. So for sales team, it is sales numbers, and for non-sales team, basically turnaround time. So we are working for automation in order to, for us as an HR, to verify those numbers and to measure the performance of each and every employee.
Oh, okay, okay. So that's good. Again, it all depends on how easily we are able to institutionalize these things and make them available to employees in the organization. So this brings us to the last question for all the panel members, and this is on looking at the next 5 years. What internal talent development trends or innovations do you foresee as most critical for Oman's evolving labor market, and why? So what do you think is the most critical for developing the Oman labor market? Again, keeping in mind what has been envisioned by Vision 2040. So what should each organization do from a very innovative point of view? You could even talk about things which is not happening today, may not be happening in your organization, doesn't matter, but what should, we can be futuristic, right? What should every organization do? I would want to start with Ritesh. You can start with.
Yeah, I mean, so 5 years from now, what I foresee is the rise in continuous education and micro-credentialing platforms. The rationale for that is, given Oman Vision 2040, the labor market is going to evolve in terms of the nature of jobs. With the ingress of AI and ML across businesses and the digital transformation that we foresee over the next 5 years, it'll give rise to different kinds of employment contracts. There will be a rise in gig workforce. There'll be a rise in short-term contractual work. So that will require employees to continuously upscale. So the day and era of long training programs and diplomas and degrees is going to come to pass. It is as businesses pivot more and more to skill-based workforce management, continuous learning and micro-credentialing will become mainstream as far as talent development is concerned. And 5 years from now, I foresee generative AI being mainstreamed, especially in wider HR and more specifically in talent development and talent management. And again, the reasons are obvious. The infrastructure would have evolved. The technology would have become cheaper and more readily available. The work processes would have matured, and skill-based development practices would have been embraced by a larger number of organizations. So AI-driven talent management and talent development will become mainstream.
Lovely, great, great predictions, and I'm sure that it will surely happen.
Sectors, actually, all the sectors that we represent here today. I think in particular, when in regards to real estate, I'm foreseeing a larger Omani workforce joining the real estate segment in Oman, representing not only real estate development, but also across other lines like construction, brokerage, etc., which you're seeing a lot of, particularly within the last 5 years. So I do foresee a growth in the Omani workforce joining the real estate segment. I hope to see it across all functions. We try to do that as much as possible as at Wujha by recruiting in each department at least, young Omani talents, and I hope to see other leaders within the real estate segments lead in the same way to include the Omani workforce within the sector.
I think that's very important with the number of real estate projects, on the increase in Oman. It's a great industry in which employment can be generated. And many of these have mental barriers for the Omani workforce to enter. Yes. Sales is one, right? Yes. Because you sell dreams in
it's a
real
booming
estate.
Industry. For Omanis to join this industry will not only open doors for them in Oman, but on an international level. And that is what a lot of Gen Zers are seeking today. They want that international exposure. They want that room to move freely within their career as well. And it gives them that flexibility and adaptability that they need.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, great thoughts. Hamza?
Wasal and Ritesh, there will be no need for long training programs. There have to be accelerated. The young generation looks for instant gratification. You post a picture on Instagram, you're waiting for likes in seconds. Which means the way organizations look at succession planning is different. The traditional way is we identify critical roles and we build people towards these roles. But moving forward, succession planning should be based on critical competencies that the organization look for to success, which means there might be need for reskilling or upskilling depending on the Vision 2040. We saw panel members today speaking about the green energy and logistics, where Oman is heading, and we need, to develop talents really in those industries. Last but not least, the importance of coaching, because having a coaching culture means that you are open to other perspectives. So a coach will not give you an answer, but they will rather give you another avenue to think from, which is very important in bridging the gap between the different generations that we have at the workplace.
Absolutely, great thoughts. As I had mentioned, coaching intertwined with training is what will make a great difference in organizations when it comes to people development. Because coaching is very personal. It touches areas which training generally wouldn't touch. Great thoughts. Atia?
Yeah, so definitely enhancing the development of local workforce. And that can happen through different initiatives, but the most importantly over next 5 years would be AI. So how, for example, they are in different departments, how we can implement AI initiatives, AI tools in order to make the work easy. And we can utilize those resources in the work that a human being is required. And hence we will develop their competencies, understanding the latest trend of technology and implementing that in the workforce. That is one of the major initiatives we want to take over next 5 years. On top of that, learning and development initiative and developing local workforce is already ongoing. However, we want the technical team to be mostly local. So starting from a junior role to a senior, definitely it will take 5 to 10 years. But our aim is to enhance humanization. And I want to add that here, our regulator, that is FSA, they are also supporting while developing the local talent. So definitely we will develop, but they cannot reach to a higher level of position if their approvals are not there. So they are also providing us the tools as well as learning and development opportunities to our workforce.
Which is true. Insurance is an industry where you can't just like that produce talent. It takes time, right? And they need to be given opportunities to do so. Yeah, you're right. With right talents opened up, I'm sure insurance will really be able to employ some good local talent. So that kind of brings us to the end of today's discussion. I'm very happy that we are finishing the discussion very much within the given time. Thank you very much, panel members. As I said, Vision 2040 is a great document, and nurturing internal talent development, we heard some great examples, and with nation building in the center of whatever we are doing, you can't do that without nurturing internal talent. And each organization should focus on doing it and giving it the best. Thank you very much. Thank you for your valuable, great examples and contributions. Thank you. Thank you. Please give them a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our panelists and Mr. Venkatesh, for today's thought-provoking and incisive decision. OER Business Summit 2025 wouldn't have been possible without the steadfast support of our partners, and on behalf of Oman Economic Review, I would like to express our appreciation and thanks to them. Our endorsing partners, Advantage Austria and the Embassy of Tanzania, our strategic partners, Jindal Steel, Dhofar Insurance, Wujha Development, and Foline, our associate partners, Oman United Insurance Company, National Finance, United Securities, Oman Qatar Insurance Company, Oman Investment Bank, Mushroom Oman, Al Jazeera Steel Products Company, and Temman Ferro Alloys and Muscat Overseas Group. Our official automation industry partners, Xerox, automotive partner, Shangan Auto, knowledge partner, Rap Consult, our Bahrain media partner, The Daily Tribune, Zanzibar media partner, Zibi, Qatar media partner, Merchi 1 FM, Arabic media partner, Alam al-Iqtisad, and our online media partner, OERlive.com. My name is Dalia. I am a news anchor at Oman TV, and it was a pleasure emceeing this event today and seeing all of you. I would request you to join us for lunch, and I would like to remind you that Ms. Rula Mhanna, Executive and Leadership Coach, will be conducting an interactive workshop on fostering workplace mental well-being in the post-lunch session. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us today for this interactive workshop. And the topic is here on display. It's fostering workplace mental well-being. And the joke is like most of us need this more than anything else. And we have a very celebrated leadership coach who is going to join us to do this. Her name is Ms. Rola Sabah Mohanna. Rola is an executive and leadership coach who is focused on improving the performance of individuals to achieve their full potential on developing organizations, human capital across the Middle East. Rola is called upon to help executives reflect, refocus, and recharge in their current roles or determine a new course aligned with their passion and inner motives. She offers corporate coaching programs. She is a manager as coach workshops. She manages coach workshops, leadership programs, and individual coaching for managers to become better leaders. Her coaching experience is broad and covers executive coaching and leadership, training and facilitation, and work-life balance. She uses the Berkman method as an effective and an efficient tool to accelerate the movement towards self-awareness, self-management, and personal development, which are the goals of most coaching assignments. She uses an insightful, challenging, yet encouraging style to support her coaches to reach their desired goals. Please join me in giving a huge round of applause to Ms. Rola. Yeah. Other thing is I'd like to acknowledge, these interactive screens that you have been using from the morning. These are solutions provided by White Wall Solutions. And this is a young group of SME entrepreneurs. And all your help and support would encourage them and to go a long way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction and welcome. I'd like to welcome you to this workshop, which is about fostering mental well-being, which is a very important human aspect, but also very important in the workplace. If we address such a problem, then you will have much more engaged employees. So for today, we're going to start with, okay, you know, I have been introduced, so I'm not going to introduce myself again. So the business case for mental well-being. There has been a research saying that there is an ROI of 5.7 for every dollar invested in mental well-being, okay? So every time you invest $1, you get back 5.7. There is a 22% higher productivity in organizations with robust mental health support. And 17% the market outperformance for companies with effective well-being programs over the 3 years. Okay, so investing in mental well-being is not just a fluffy thing, it's something that has a real value for the ROI, for the company's also baseline. Now, let's start with defining what mental well-being is. Who'd like to venture just a definition for me? I will keep it interactive in the afternoon, you know, the energy dips a little bit, so I'd like you to just interact with me. So any definition about, you know, mental well-being?
Assalamu alaikum. I can't explain more about the definition, but what I remember when we have been through during Corona, when they were having some mental issues, and there were some organizations, they kept like a doctor or someone who communicates and was there available always with the employees, especially for those people who've been having too many issues at Corona, when some people, they had family members passed away, and they've been through a lot of complications. So I remember this comes under mental well-being as well.
Yes, thank you. And definitely the term mental well-being, you know, boomed after Corona because many people were suffering from, first of all, isolation. They were not going to the workplace, so there was a certain isolation. We were in the family cocoon, and then they were having shocks with death in the family or death of close ones, and then also health issues. So yes, it started booming after Corona, and a definition, well, a general definition or generic definition of mental well-being, they say it has key components, and it's not restricted to those key components, but the most important component is the psychological safety. So feeling safe, you know, to voice any concern in the workplace. Work-life balance, so putting barriers to, you know, how work comes to our home, and putting certain barriers. Emotional support, so HR policies and leadership behavior. Leadership behavior is very important, so if leadership walks their talk, then, you know, they're giving the example and the permission for people to be concerned about their well-being. And then stress and recovery, healthy ways to recharge. So overworking for a long period of time will also cause a lot of stress and a lot of emotional ill-being, okay? Now, according to the WHO, the definition is a state of well-being in which the individual realizes his or her own abilities, can cope with the normal stress of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make contribution to his or her community. So it's a well-rounded definition that involves many points. It's not only my health, it's also my contribution to the society or to the organization. So workplace mental well-being involves feeling supported and engaged and capable at work. Okay? So based on that, we're going today to identify many points that will allow you to involve in the policies some certain well-being actions. I'm sure most of you have in their companies certain items that are connected to that, but we'll delve deeper into more steps that can be taken for you to bring back as a discussion to the organization to see how well you can improve that. Okay? Any questions? Okay. So, you've all taken this small assessment. And so we asked you to rate your organization on the following 10 key dimensions. It was more, 12 dimensions. Something is missing in this one. Okay, so we're going to see the results. So I would love for the gentleman here to send us the results, to show us the results of the survey that was taken. Okay, thank you. So the first question was, how well does your organization show healthy habits like taking breaks and vacation? And the highest percentage was 33.9933. It's fully present and effective. So most companies have that, breaks and vacation, which is good. The second one was, how much support does your organization offer managing stress and relaxation? Percentage-wise is 31.91. So it's mostly present. So there can be some fine-tuning to that. The third question was, how effective are your mental health benefits like therapy coverage and EAP? EAP is Employee Assistance Program. So do you have access to such programs? It's mostly present, 37.84. So we're still in the 30s, in the third, So there is work that can be done. How safe do you feel sharing concerns or admitting mistakes at your organization? 30.43, mostly present. Somewhat present. Okay. Now, if I look at the minimally present is 9%, which is fine. If I have a third, I have a way to move forward, which is great. How well are workloads managed with realistic deadlines, staffing, and clear priorities? It is mostly present. So we're seeing there is 1/3, of effectiveness. There is a lot of room to improve on those. And, you have a lot of work to do in your organizations. How prepared is your organization to support employees during personal or work crisis? Still also 31, so mostly present. So we have overall a 1/3, of activity, 30% of activity that is positive. We have a lot of room for improvement. Going forward, how well are managers trained to spot burnout and have mental health conversations? 36%, that's great. And I'm sure, or I'm guessing, most of it was post-corona or during corona. People were trained to spot those activities. How serious is your organization about fighting mental health stigma and raising awareness? 25%. And in the MENA region, it's a concern. There is a stigma towards, mental health affectation or mental health, speaking about mental health. And there is a big need to really destigmatize that as being, like I go to the doctor if I have, a cold, I have a flu or whatever, I can go to the doctor also if I feel stressed. It doesn't need to be something more extreme than that. So there is a need for destigmatizing that. How regularly does your organization track well-being, like engagement, burnout, and satisfaction? Also, it's 31.82, so mostly present. So there is some looking at the burnout, at the engagement, and the satisfaction, which is great. How well does your organization protect work-life balance with policies like email curfew? This is a very important thing. Email curfew is an important point because we got used to be fully connected all the time on the website, on the emails. And then whenever I receive an email, I feel the urge, I need to respond to it. And this is detrimental to our well-being and our work-life balance. So here, increasing that curfew is one of the fastest, actions that you can take in your organization to reduce the stress. How meaningful is recognition for achievements and opportunities for, I think, development? It's 28% is somewhat present, and the other 28% is fully present and effective. Okay, so there is recognition. There is still work to be done. And we're seeing an overall, between the 28 to 33, so it is an average that is consistent for the companies or for whomever took the survey. How strong are team connections through inclusion, collaboration, and social support? Mostly present. This is great. And this is part of the culture. The culture in the Middle East, in the MENA region, we are a culture of connectivity. We care about other people. We look at the well-being of others and so on. So this is part of the culture, but it doesn't mean we cannot boost it still more. Okay, any more results, or that's all? I think these are, 6 and 6, 12. So having looked at this, any surprises, anything that confirms what you have in your organization? I'd like for you to discuss among your tables, if you have found any surprise that is a deviation from your organization with that data, or if it is all confirming what you have in your organization. So take just 2 minutes to discuss that among yourselves. On the tables, please. Okay, thank you for your contributions amongst yourself. Is there anything that you'd like to share, any pointer that is an eye-opener for the rest of the group? Anybody on any of the tables would like to share something that is an eye-opener? 1 or 2 contributions, please, if possible. I can't see. Yes? Do we have? Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we were just talking about the email curfew.
Yes.
And how effective that can be if we can be able to implement it. We're just exchanging about our jobs. We're in the service industry. I'm a lawyer, and so you end up into the night getting those messages, yeah. And then all of our messages, there are problems. What I try to do is, it doesn't always work, but I try to, number one, I don't have email on my phone. I refuse to configure that.
Great.
WhatsApp, I try to take like an hour and I switch Wi-Fi, data, everything, because otherwise we just keep on getting clients that they don't care it's weekend or, and sometimes just taking that 1 hour off can make a big difference. So for us here, I think as a companies also, if we can work more on that email curfew. Yes. I know it's difficult. We're just saying how, easier said than done. But I think that would help make a big difference. Anything to add?
Definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you. Anybody else would like to share? Can you see something? Okay. So yes, it is difficult, but it needs the willingness to stick to it, and for management to really implement that. If you walk the talk as a management or as leadership, then it cascades down. So you have to have the buy-in of the management and the leadership. And that's why I say it's creating a culture of well-being. It's not just a one-off program and that's it. I can put, trainings are about stress management, detecting whatever, having work-life balance. But if I do not implement it on a regular basis, then the work is not as fruitful and as sticking as if it was for that. So having looked at that, and we've seen that the majority are in the 33% in terms of work and availability of those steps. So there is quite a room for improvement. So let's look at the current landscape worldwide. The mental health conditions now account for 38% of workplace disabilities, according to the World Economic Forum. So, and especially after COVID, you know, we have pre-COVID and post-COVID, and things have changed. So it is a huge amount, 38%. So it needs to be addressed. And then 80% of employees report burnout symptoms. Now, burnout symptoms are, I think, were there before COVID. With COVID and with the isolation, they increased. But this is something that is recurring in different companies, in different industries, and needs to be addressed. So let's look in the current, you know, in the landscape, there are 5, the most costly psychological points that affect well-being. The first one is excessive workload. So having a lot of workload, you know, put on the employee, and no adequate recovery time. So people are running between meetings, are finishing deadlines. There is no adequate time to recover. Even, you know, if you finish a full presentation or deliverable, the next day you start something else. You don't have time to breathe. So this affects really the well-being. The second is the perceived lack of control. Micromanaging an individual is like, you know, for that individual, they perceive themselves in a threat environment. It's like having somebody looking over my shoulder the whole time if I make a mistake. So it puts you in a fight and flight state. So it doesn't work. So learning to let go a little bit and give them the freedom to move within certain constraints, but move. It will release the intensity of the impact. Insufficient recognition also affects people. If we go on without recognizing the work of people, saying, you know, this is what they should do, well, it affects them also negatively. I'm not saying, you know, recognizing the whole time and then cheerleading the whole time, no, because it has to be really timely and truthful, but it needs to be existent. So it needs to be part of the day-to-day environment. Number 4, workplace isolation, poor community connection, so people not connecting together. In the MENA region, it's less, but still it exists, especially when you have working from home. If it is intense working from home versus going to the workplace, then it affects the individual. And the 5th one is the values misalignment. If there is a misalignment between the values that the employee has and the values that the company is showing or displaying. So then the person feels that I'm not working towards what I value, I'm working towards what the company values, and it might be a big mismatch. If it's not a big mismatch, it's okay. But if it's a big mismatch, they end up leaving or being really frustrated. So we're going to go in details into the negativity of it, and then with each one, I will stop for a bit. I'll give you 2 minutes amongst your table to identify points to counteract that. And I would love for you to write on the sticky notes, 1 point per sticky note that you can counteract for, and then we'll put them there on the table, on the flip chart, and we will continue the workshop. This is a work in progress for you to identify what you can do, okay? So looking at the excessive workload, okay? When I say excessive workload, it's also without adequate recovery time. So, you know, they finish to present something, they finish a deadline, and then they start immediately with something else. They don't have time for recovery. The research findings will say that chronic overwork triggers a sustained cortisol level, which is not helpful and not healthy for the human being, okay? And it reduces the cognitive function. When I have a lot of cortisol levels in my brain, I cannot be creative, I cannot be functioning, I cannot be productive. So it is detrimental. There is a need for that break between projects or between intense times of work. In 2023, the research shows performance significantly declines after 50 hours per week of working. You know, there is negligible added value for that. So working more than 50 hours per week doesn't help, okay? So people who say, you know, I'm a workaholic, I work all the time, I have work-work balance, no work-life balance, it's detrimental and it doesn't add anything to their, to their productivity. So might as well benefit from the work-life balance. Inadequate recovery between intense work period is more damaging than the workload itself. So when we have intense work periods, we have to take a break. Otherwise, we're damaging our recovery, okay? We have high cortisol level, and then we're going into stress and burnout. So really, we're not doing ourselves any benefit, and we're not doing the company any benefit because no added value. And then the always-on digital culture, which we have now, and the younger generation are more than us, is costing US employees approximately $198 billion annually in burnout turnover. So being all the time on social media, on the internet, on our emails, is costing a lot. So we need that digital detox. And it's not, from Void that you have people who create, retreats with digital detox where you don't touch your phone, you don't talk to anybody. We need them. We need them. So having looked at these, points, I would like for you in 2 minutes, just 2 minutes, discuss counter actions that you can take in your workplace to counteract those. They can be short-term actions and they can be longer-term actions, but just discuss and put on a sticky note, one idea per sticky note, please. Okay, I'm mindful of the time, so please, if you have any notes, can you put them on the, on the excessive workload? Here, please. Can you put the sticky notes that you wrote here? May I have those sticky notes? I'll put them there. Yes, thank you. Anybody else has sticky notes? I will put them. Yes, thank you. Who else? Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Any more? This was written on the back. Okay. Anything else? Anybody has more? Thank you. Any more here? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's creative. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Into one, yes, the first one. Now this was written on the back, and the other one also. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Let's move to the next point, which is the perceived lack of control and autonomy. As I said, if I have somebody looking at my back the whole time, I feel in a state of stress. Employees with low job control experience 43% higher rates of depression and anxiety because they're feeling under stress the whole time. It's like somebody is looking at us to see what we're doing and if we're doing something wrong. Okay? So we're always scared, wary of whatever will happen. Perception of micromanagement increases the cortisol levels comparable to acute threat responses. That's what I said. It's a fight and flight. It's not a regular thing. So the cortisol level increases immensely. And then teams with high autonomy show 26% performance on complex problem-solving tasks. If I believe in my team and in their ability to resolve their problem or to find a solution, then I increase the creativity. The idea is when we are under stress, creativity blocks. When we are in a relaxed environment, then creativity peaks. So we cannot have a stressing environment and expect creativity from our employees. So these two things don't go hand in hand. We need to pay attention to that. And then decision latitude strongly correlates with innovation metrics and employee retention. So if they have a latitude to decide or to find, solution, then the creativity is increasing, okay? So based on those, I'd like for you also to find counter points that we can implement in the workplace. As I said, it can be something short-term and very easy to implement, and others would take a longer term to implement. But please discuss among yourself for just a few minutes, 2 minutes, and then write on a sticky note like this last time, and then we'll put them on the second board. Thank you.
Question again?
Yes. So we saw the negative effect of that, of, you know, overwork. No, not the workload, the perceived loss of control.
Want to ask a question on the mic?
That's fine, that's fine. I just wanted her to, yeah.
So we saw the negative effect. So now you can think of other ways of preventing those. So in the workplace, what can you do to prevent that?
Okay.
Yes. So what can you do to implement something where they don't have that? Okay, thank you. Any more sticky notes? Any more notes for the board? Okay. So as you will see, we'll have many ideas that can be implemented. In this next step, you know, when we move from that action, you're going to move around and pick and choose what actions can you start implementing in your environment for you to be able to take note, and we'll see how we can apply that. But let's continue now with the derailers. So the 5 costly items. The third one is insufficient recognition. So when we do not recognize people for their work, okay? So the research findings shows that neuroimaging studies show recognition activates the same brain regions as monetary rewards. So if I recognize the work of somebody, I'm activating the same areas in their brain as if they took a monetary reward. So it is positive. So just keeping the recognition going and flowing would motivate the individuals, okay? Then recognition deserts, when we go 4 weeks without really acknowledging a person, triggers disengagement. If nobody recognizes my work and I go to work every single day, day in, day out, and for 4 weeks nobody addresses me in a positive note, then it triggers my disengagement. Why am I doing things? Even if the manager says, okay, he's doing his work, why should I tell him bravo? No, we can. We can do that, okay?
Sorry.
Yes?
This happens in private sector, not in government sector.
Okay.
The less work you have.
The
less work in government, the happier you are.
The less work in government, the happier. Well, this is, yes, in government most of the time, but it doesn't mean we cannot recognize, even if it's the less work. We can change the culture also. Okay. Now, recognition is most effective when it is specific, timely, and aligned with the values of the person. So it has to be a specific recognition for something they did, and it is timely. It's not, after 2 years that I remember, oh, you did something right. No, I do it in a timely manner on a regular basis. Okay? And then the 2024 Gallup research found that recognition misalignment, so recognizing non-valued behavior, can actually decrease engagement. Let me explain this. Let's say an individual, let's say in an HR department, values clarity and transparency. And then there is a decision by management to let go of a group of people, but they say, okay, we're not going to say that now, or we're not going to tell them these. So the person would feel at a mismatch. They have a value of transparency, and they're required by management to do something against their values. If it's a one-time, they might take it. If it's an ongoing thing, they might feel they are at a mismatch with the corporation, and they might feel disengaged, they might even leave. So alignment of values of individuals with the company are very important. Now, I'm not saying all the values should be aligned. This is, utopia. But I'm saying the major values that the person has should be in alignment with what the company is working towards. Otherwise, there is a mismatch, and there will be a disengagement. Okay? So same with that landscape and with that problem, what are certain steps that you can take to counter those from happening in the workplace? And it can be, as I said, actions in the short term or in the long term. What can you do to counter for that? Just 2 minutes and on a sticky note, and then we'll go. Any post-it notes? Yes, thank you. Thank you. Any more notes? Do you have anything here? Anything for me?
Yeah. We have lots.
You have lots of things. That's great. Thank you. Anything else? No? It's okay. Thank you.
But it's not.
Thank you. Any more notes? Okay. So let's move to the fourth component, which is the workplace isolation and poor community. And as I said, this has increased after COVID when we instituted, sometimes, work from home. So the research findings say that social isolation at work increases the cardiovascular risk by 29% and mortality risk by 32%. So being in isolation the whole time increases the risk of mortality and cardiovascular. Remote and hybrid workers report 67% higher rate of workplace loneliness than on-site workers. This is obvious, so no need to discuss it. Team with strong social connections show 36% fewer safety incidents and 31% lower absenteeism. So when we are part of a community, we are absent less, we are motivated, we work much better. And workplace friendships correlate with higher creativity, and particularly during challenging projects. As I said, creativity doesn't come except when we have no stress. So if we have an environment of friendship and an easy environment, then creativity can become higher. Based on those, also among your, on your table, please discuss different, yes?
These figures are representing which country?
This is worldwide. This is worldwide, yes.
But it cannot be standard, be different.
No, definitely. That's what they're saying. They took everything and they took that in percentage. I didn't take US, I didn't take Oman, I took just worldwide studies, okay? So in general, this is the finding. So please, if you can also find counteracting activities to do that. So short term or long term, anything that you can do to counteract this. Same thing on a post-it note, and then we'll put them on the sheet. When you're ready, if you can, yes, hand us the. Previous one. Okay, thank you. Any more notes? Yes. Thank you. Any notes here? Anybody? You're on. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Any notes here? Yeah, I will come back. Do you have? No. Anything else? So let's move to the fifth one, which is the values misalignment between employee and organization. the findings show that value conflicts create ongoing cognitive dissonance that elevates the stress hormone. So if I have certain values that are not, aligned with those values of the company, then I feel I'm a fake person. I'm not really living up to my values. So if the value is one of the higher ranking values that I have, and it's in complete clash with the organization, then I feel, this dissonance, and then I might end up leaving. If it's one of the lower ranking values, I might take it and move with it because I have other priorities, salary, recognition, and so on. So depending on how much, how high the hierarchy of the value that I have and that is mismatching the company, I might not be able to stay. So this is also to be taken into account. Employees working against their values show 37% higher turnover intention, and this is also when saying the higher ranking values. If it's a lower ranking value, they might forego it. Purpose-aligned employees take 27% fewer sick days and show 49% higher retention. Obviously, if they are aligned with the values of the company, then they are living their true life, their true personality, and then they show lesser sick leaves. And then millennials and Gen Z are the people that are really sticking to their values, and they speak about it, and they don't like that mismatch. So they're very, very adamant about, living their true values, and if it doesn't match the company, they might immediately leave. No discussion, okay? So looking at these also, if you can find anything that will prevent these items from occurring, or what can we do to counteract those misaligned values? Anything that you can think of to incorporate in the company. Sorry?
People should feel valued. That's when
Yes,
they can...
yes, yeah. But I'm saying also what they do value. If I value, let's say, honesty or clarity and so on, and in the company, honesty is not one of the top values of the company, I'm not saying, so I might feel I'm a fraud. I'm not working towards what I do value, because I'm asked to always hide something or do something. Okay, so this is what is meant by value. So we've just discussed the 5, most costly points for well-being. So we're going to look now, please, if I can have your attention. We're going to look at different examples of excellence in terms of well-being in the workplace from different industries. So I have 3 examples of 3 companies and how they implemented the excellence in well-being. The first one is in the financial sector, JP Morgan. JP Morgan, they trained around 2,000 plus employees in the mental health first responder. So they have huge locations and huge offices, and they put in every floor one person, a responder, an emergency responder for mental well-being, to recognize, signals of any stress, any burnout, and so on. And they have a directory of all the first responders. So in a very confidential way, a person can contact the first responder, explain what they have, and then they take care of them, okay? The program includes specialized protocols for high-stress periods. So when there is market volatility, when there are layoffs, they implement more programs to be really on the ground with their employees. They have mental health days policy. So it's not the sick days. On top of the sick days, you have mental health days with no question asked. They have implemented, I think, 4 days of mental health day, no question asked, to remove the stigma. So you can say, I need a mental health day, and then you take it, and no questions asked. They created guidance for managers on supportive responses, so how to respond supportively when you identify somebody with a burnout, with a lot of stress, with problems, and so on. So they got the training for them to be able to respond in a proper way. They tracked the usage patterns to identify high-stress departments. So they looked at who is utilizing the most the resources that they were given in terms of stress management and the days of mental health days to see which department is the most stressful department, to really incorporate more activities in that for those departments. And then there has been a 31% reduction in stress-related absenteeism and 24% increase in employee engagement. So taking care of the people and taking care of their mental well-being is an added benefit, and it's something that is not spoken about. That's why, if we don't take it into account and engage into it, then we're silencing, or there is an elephant in the room that we're not addressing. So it's addressing that will create more engagement with the employees. So this is one industry. The second one is Microsoft. So in the tech sector, they also integrated the Microsoft Viva Insights for tracking meeting volume, timing, and distribution. So how many meetings do we attend? What's the volume of the meetings, the timing of the meetings, and the distribution? Because I think post-COVID, meetings have increased in quantity. And sometimes it's not useless, but not everybody that is invited to that meeting is necessary to attend. So we can really eliminate few people and give them time to work on their own tasks. They established collaboration hours metrics, differentiating between productive and excessive meetings. So I can have certain meetings, and this is productive, but then when I exceed a certain amount, then it becomes really excessive, and it's detrimental, in fact. They created the focus time calculation to identify teams with insufficient uninterrupted work periods. So if we are always on the firefighting mode, we don't have time to look for our important tasks that we need to finish. We're always looking at the critical and urgent tasks. So they identified, how much of time off you have, or specialized time for you to focus on your important tasks. And they put it in metrics so that people identify how much focus time they need to have, and it's implemented in their schedule. They established a digital intensity metrics measuring constant connectivity versus recovery time. So people don't need to be constantly connected to the internet and to the emails. They need certain period of grace, okay? And then they created a workload equity scores to highlight imbalanced work distribution. So in every department, they looked at the workload that every individual has, so that everybody has an equity in the workload distribution. So being a tech company, I'm sure they used a lot the data that they have. So there has been a 28% reduction in reported burnout and 42% increase in mental health benefit utilization. So also, taking care of the people and the balance of their work was what they did. So the overload here was taken care by just switching off to specific time where they are dedicating to their work, a specific amount of time for meetings, and valuable meetings, not any meeting that you attend to. So this is the other example, the second industry. The third one is Toyota. So also, they are in excellence, in terms of excellence. They did integrated mental well-being into the operational excellence framework. They said, mental well-being, we have also things that disrupt the work. So creativity is disrupted if we don't have mental well-being. When we are overworking, we cannot be creative. It is a detrimental thing. When we are overloaded and not appreciated, then we are also disconnected. So this is also something that is detrimental to the well-being. So they looked at the wasted opportunities in terms of well-being and addressed them. They created a manager accountability for the team rest period. So the manager is accountable for the rest period of his team. Sorry. So in fact, when they finish a project, an important project, he is responsible for the rest period. So they should not start something more important immediately. They should have some rest. The right to disconnect policy implementation, clear boundaries for after-hour communication. Sorry. Thank you. So looking at after-hour connectivity with the internet and with the email. And then there has been 22% reduction in health insurance claims and 17% reduction in the workplace incidents. So also these give you examples of how you can address those points by implementing certain regulations, certain rules, and then having management be responsible for it. So, having looked at this and having, you have all identified the 5 items and what we can do to counteract those activities. If we need to implement in an organization a framework of well-being, we can look at this strategic implementation framework, which includes 4 items. The first item is leadership and culture. So the executives have to model psychological safety. They have to model work-life balance. They have to be leaving on time. They have to be disconnecting from the emails at night, and so on and so forth. So modeling what is the ideal work-life balance and psychological safety. So it's okay to talk about things that are troubling us. It's okay to make mistakes and then learn from those mistakes, and so on and so forth. If leadership models that, then immediately there is a ripple effect of feeling of, we are understood and we can talk about it. Second item is the policy and benefits. So what are mental health coverage and flexible arrangements that can be done? And any policies that HR can implement to ensure that they're taking care of that mental well-being. The third one is the environmental workload, so the workflow design. So there shouldn't be an extreme workflow. And then if there is, for any reason, we cannot prevent business from happening. If there is, for any reason, a huge workload, then there should be a recess period where it's calmer. Okay, it's not, a break, but it's a calmer intensity of work. So how can we do that in terms of the environment and the workload? Some companies, I think Toyota has also set places, pods, for relaxation. So somebody could use that pod for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, just to relax, disconnect, and then come back. So anything that in the environment that can work. And the fourth one is capability and support. What training, what resource accessibility can we provide for the companies to be able to implement that? So based on that, and based on the 5 items that we identified as the thing that prevent companies from flourishing in terms of the workplace, I'm going to divide, okay, how many tables we have? Sorry. We have 9 tables. So every 2 tables will work on one of the items. So the first 2 tables here, or 3, because your minimum, we have 2 individuals. So the first 3 tables here will work on the leadership and culture. This table and this table will work on policies and benefit. The table in the back and the table here will work on environment and workload. And the 3 tables there will work on capability and support. Now, what I'd like you to do is to develop a plan that you'd like to implement within the company And I know you're coming from different companies, but assume that there are things that you can do together, or each one of you will say, this goes in my company, this doesn't go in my company. Identify quick wins, so few actions that you can directly implement in the items that we identified, a medium-term activity and a long-term activity. And recognize and identify the resources that you might need, what might block you from moving, maybe management, maybe budgets, I don't know. And so the barriers, and what would be a success matrix? How would we know that this is working? I know it's a huge endeavor. I want just the headlines of that. And for you to identify items, you can move around the 5 flipboards and take ideas from the post-it note that everybody has put. So take ideas, write them down, and come back and implement the activity that is required of you. Okay, so one part is the leadership and culture, the second is policy benefits, the third is environment, and the last one is capability and support. So according to the table, I would love for you to move around, take maybe a block note, and take notes of few ideas that you might implement as, let's say, leadership and culture. Take few notes while moving around, and come back, and you might have other ideas, definitely. So if you have other ideas, you implement them. Okay? Clear? Any question? Clear? So تفضلوا. You can move around and look at the ideas that were put, because we did not read them all. Okay, so maybe we can start sharing. I have the first group of tables here. It's about leadership and culture. Maybe we have the microphone. Thank you. So I would like to share your next, the steps, short term, long term, medium term. Yes.
Yeah. It's him. He has got a come on.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Hi, ma'am. This leadership and culture, executive modeling and psychological safety. Yeah. What sort of leadership organization imparts is very important. For example, aristocracy is there, then it is very difficult for an employee to continue over there. Democratic kind of leadership style everybody prefers. Secondly, what sort of mission and vision statements company or organization is carrying, that sort of things should always be imparted to employees through HR, where most of the companies are not disclosing the facts of the HR policies and what are the benefits. So these are few recommendations we can see in 30 to 90 days tenure of any organization. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. So who on that table would like to share? Also, it's about leadership and culture. Policies, sorry, I'm mistaken. So policies.
Okay. For policy and benefits, it's implementing the mental day or working from home, reducing working hours.
Okay.
Can be, and recognition for the employees, increasing the
recognition.
Yes, recognition. What is stopping us to implement this directly is sometimes short of resources, and plus it's not aligned with the labor law, money labor law. For example, if we are talking about reducing working hours, it's kind of not implemented yet.
Yeah.
So even working days, instead of 5 days, it will be 4 days. it's kind of short term thing. That's it. And more we can. One more point we wanted to talk about is the therapy and including adding the therapy session under the medical insurance.
Under the, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it can help, as you said, is reducing the cortisol and the stress, so they can give more or it will increase the creativity.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much. So when we say it's not it's not implementable or it's difficult, there needs to be budget for it, and there needs to be the buy-in for the company also. So we need to see management or leadership have to buy into that. So any time we want to implement something, we need to go to the higher level, to the leadership, to have that buy-in. Then budget will appear. It's fine. Anybody on this table would like to share? Did you work on something? No? Okay, thank you. So here?
Hello, just to touch on what the lovely lady in the back said. We actually contradicted it a little bit.
Okay.
With the short term, we're going with flexible timing.
Okay.
We think flexible timing can be still implemented. In fact, in many organizations here, we spoke about different working hours that are suitable. You can still complete your total working hours, but as long as you kind of offer that flexibility, you tend to see a lot more productivity with staff. On a medium level, we're looking at employee recognition programs. It really depends on what type of program would suit the sector and the company, but having that is important.
Yeah.
And we all kind of discussed our examples as well. In the long term, we went into a little bit more details in terms of benefits. So for example, again, when it comes to choosing your healthcare provider or your health insurance, you look at things like maternity coverage, you look at enhancing medical insurance policies, and choosing a good provider that has that. Those options are there, so it's very important that we spend enough time exploring that. And then also we spoke about things that are also kind of like add-on benefits. So things like child educational assistance, introducing that as a budget for specific tiers. You don't have to have it across the entire organization if you don't have the budget for it, but you can offer it, for example, for line managers or C-level. You can have a different scheme for that. And then offering something called family status for our expatriates. So for many of the roles that we have, when we do have a person joining us from a different country, we offer them to join in with their entire families. So the wife, immediate family, the wife and the kids, or vice versa. And that really helps them readjust faster into the environment when they move to a different country. And we find that they are more focused in their roles at work and they're able to deliver.
Excellent, thank you. Really, you did a lot of work, thank you. So, the next table. Who would like to share? Yeah.
Ours was environmental and workload.
Okay.
So some of the quick wins were having having greenery. So having plants around your stationery, being able to customize your stationery to each person's characteristic, how they want to cater to it. Another thing is customizing, prioritizing different tasks.
Okay.
Medium is doing job retention, and long-term job rotation, regarding the workload. So having job retentions where people can work with different departments, see how that will implement them to understand how different departments are doing what kind of work processes. Maybe that will help them to see the full picture. And then for long-term, creating a cafe or a gym facility to kind of help that work outside of work kind of well-being. And how can you measure it? By having employee engagement surveys.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Moving to that table.
coming back on the environment and workload, we have worked on the, quick wins or something like workload assessment. Having a proper assessment of who can do what work, frequent surveys can help improve the well-being, and also flexible rescheduling, okay? And optimizing break time, okay? So what time people need to take time and all that stuff. And task prioritization. Use workload management tools to focus on the high priority task and reduce unnecessary work. And people can also take a flexible time out from work. Maybe they can come 4 or 5 days to work and 1 day work from home. So that will have a perfect work-life balance. So these are some of the quick wins our team has come out with. We also have a medium-term initiative like workload redesigning, okay? Redesigning recovery time policy, so that people, even after the breaks coming back from maternity or many other health ailment, they can take time to recover and come back and start walking back. Training programs specifically to design and address specifically stress issues and recovery time. And also one of the important item what we feel is technology integration, so that, proper work-life balance is given to everyone, whether it's a stress or whatever. So these are the medium work. And long term would be sustainable workload models, so that everybody is involved from top to bottom of the workplace. Cultural shift, wherein foster a culture where prioritizing the work and, have a proper workplace practices so that everybody feel connected. And also 2 more points, continuous monitoring, okay? Since all of this initiative has been established, so how do we monitor and see the progress is happening at the workplace? And the last would be continuous employee well-being program. So all of this could be workable with collective support from the team. And so these are it.
Thank you so much. And what's very important is measuring that. Because if we don't measure anything, we don't know how we're doing. I can implement something, and then if I don't measure it, and I don't measure the effect or the positives of it, it's not worth it. So thank you. Moving on to this table.
Yeah. So we have covered actually the capability and support, which is under the training and resource accessibility. Brilliant, ideas and came from out of this table. So for the quick wins, it's much easier in our case actually than the other ones, because it's something which is tangible, related to training and resources. So for the quick ones, the onboarding programs, plays a very, big role into this, for both for the, the newly hires as well as the, matures hires and others, graduates. Training and upskilling programs, these are also can be a quick wins, although strategic upskilling programs, it will go all the way, for long life learning, we call it. Now, another also one, which is starting program, let's say, sending also, employees for conferences, assignments, and also some that would really build the capabilities and also increase the, the development, also improve the development of the staff. We do have also the soft skills element, which is which goes in parallel with the technical training. And yeah, that's it for the quick wins. And for the midterm, we need to introduce also the shadowing programs. So yeah, for the highly skilled or expertise, we need to shadow them. So just to make them ready for the future, to take over those roles. And we do have also the leadership interventions. We need them also to intervene, to work with, the employees to build that capability, and also, to coach and mentor their employees. Another one also for the midterm is cross-functional move. So we need to have that, flexibility of staff also to move from function to function to as part of their career, ladder and paths. And by the way, the developing competency frameworks and career ladder, that will be needed, but it will come for the long term. Because this is really, it takes time. Although moving to the long term is the mindset change, which will go with the other elements that already discussed by the team. Having the right platforms, let's say, or the tools or the online, training. This is, of course, we have them as part of the quick wins, but of course it will take some time also to change the ways how we work into the new, online platforms and other tools needed for this. I'm not sure if I have missed anything, but I think that's it from our side.
That's a comprehensive one. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, team.
Thank you. And the last table, last but not least.
Yeah, so for the capability and support section, for the quick wins, we have come up with on-the-job training and support such as coaching and mentoring. Internal mobility, where employees can rotate between jobs and just understand where they're most capable in. And having clear tasks and job descriptions. And for the medium term, we've noted down learning and development programs. And for the long term, it's succession planning and clear mental health programs for employees.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you. So you've seen we have identified so many steps, short-term, long-term, medium-term, that can be implemented. Now the idea is, okay, we are in a workshop, we're trying to bring out ideas and so on. Now, going back to the corporation, I would love for you not to have it as a one-off program, because if it's not continuous and a systematic way, then it doesn't work. It has to be ingrained in the brains of the people. We have to change the mindset. So the studies, how to create a culture. Creating a culture of well-being needs work. It cannot be I do a program on stress management, that's it, and I can sit back and be happy about what I've done. There are studies that say, there is 4 times cultural factor impact versus the formal program. So the culture has to change, the whole system has to change, the mindset has to change. And it takes a while. So it's not a one-off program. And there is a 33% higher talent retention with strong well-being cultures. So we are investing in a culture, and we're not investing in a program, in a one-off program. And the science behind it is that, with repetition, we can build new neural pathways. So if the neural pathways that I'm building, that the leadership is building, is positive, then I am putting everybody at ease. There is no fight or flight. We are building a new neural pathway. If leadership really leads by examples and shows the work-life balance, shows that we do not open our emails after certain hours, we go home at certain time, we fulfill the requirements of a break, we take our vacation and so on, then they have ripple effects because we're building that culture. And once we have new neural pathways, the fight and flight disappears. And then psychological safety. If there is psychological safety, as I said, creativity abounds. If I feel that I am in a place where I am valued, where I can speak up, for any error that I did and not hide it because I'm scared, then, creativity abounds. So all this requires a shift in the mindset and an implementation as a culture. So I would love for you for this workshop to be the starting point, a drop in the ocean for you to start working on the change in the culture for the well-being. So I hope you have benefited from it. Thank you for your participation. I know it was difficult in the afternoon with a dip of energy, but you managed. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, I'm here. So I'm ready to answer.
Anyone wants any questions or any clarifications? Yeah, is it done? Okay, wonderful. So thank you, Ms. Rola, for that very insightful presentation, and it was very informative. I know this is a topic for which we could deliberate for days together.
Yeah, I know.
But like you said, it's just a drop in the ocean, but I think it's a start. So thank you very much. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ms. Rolla, please?
Thank you.
And we hope to see you again in Muscat soon.
Thank you,
Thank you, Ms.
inshallah.
Rolla. Thank you very much.
I also just want to add that we do corporate wellness workshops. So if at all you are interested to carry this thing forward, talk to us. As I said, we don't really believe in just doing one-day wellness workshop and going away. That's really not going to solve the problem. We'll have to holistically approach it. Happy to speak to you and happy to put an entire system for you which will make wellness work. Thank you, Rola. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for attending. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much.